Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and we apologize for that break in transmission. And we're speaking to the quote from Socrates, where he is telling us that the greatest lesson I've learned in life is that I still have a lot to learn. And we're saying that yes, every new day, every bright new day is a new chapter to learn from. We have to be open to learning. In fact, irrespective of where we find ourselves, we should be receptive to learning. Without learning, we can't grow. Life is a continuous journey of learning. It helps us to get better at what we do. So it doesn't matter where you are this morning, at your marketplace, in an office, be open to learn. You know, it tells us and reminds us of what Socrates did say, man, know thyself. And in knowing thyself is being open to learning. Without learning, like you did say, there won't be advancement. You can't get better. In fact, it's been proved that to amass and amass wealth, one should be open to learning. Consult the greatest and the successful men of our time. They are men who are receptive to new knowledge. So this morning on Sunrise will tell you, be open to new things. Be open to learning. Keep learning. We can never grow learning.
Right, be open to learning. We can never outgrow learning. We go on a short break and we'll return with weather updates. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Up next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. Morning comes in bright with clear skies at 25 to 28 degrees Celsius. Visibility is good and air feels fresh. Afternoon heats up to about 34 to 36 degrees Celsius with sun and clouds mixing and humidity making it feel sticky. Nights may bring short showers, wet surfaces and a cooler, calm, slightly damp evening feel.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. This morning, Enugu feels calm with soft clouds and light breeze around 24 to 27 degrees Celsius. Things turns up a bit in the afternoon, ranging to 35 to 37 degrees Celsius, and by night time, it brings thunder chances, lightning flashes, and brief heavy, leaving a warm, humid, and slight breezy atmosphere.
Good morning, Abakaliki. The morning starts calm and cloudy at about 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, almost mild. Afternoon will get very intense, reaching to about 35 to 37 degrees Celsius with strong sun, rising heat and the storm clouds gathering. Night carries a stormy, breezy and slightly restless feel with thunder chances and a weak downpours.
Good morning, Owerri, and welcome to my favorite city. The morning starts warm and humid at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, things turns heavy and sweaty, rising to about 34 to 36 degrees Celsius. And night stays warm, quiet and a bit sticky, with quick rainbows and lingering moisture in the air.
Good morning, Omar here. Morning rolls in gently with a cloud cover around 24 to 27 degrees Celsius. Calm and relaxed. Afternoon builds steadily to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius with thick humidity and little breeze. Night feels fresh but slightly humid with light rain drifting in and out.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, dress light, do keep an umbrella handy, but remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll come with more updates. Stay with us.
Yes, welcome back. Still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now we take a look across the major headline in the newspapers across the country, where we have The Nation, The Punch, The Guardian, The Daily Trust, and The Vanguard.
Yes, and joining us this morning is Gerard Odo. Gerard, pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me.
And how are you this morning?
I'm doing really good.
It's a pleasure to see you on Sunrise.
We start with The Nation headline, which says Turaki Group dumps Makinde, embraces Wiki-backed Exco. Then we go over to The Punch headline, which says PDP factions open peace talks as Wiki denies split. Now to The Guardian headline, we have concerns as consensus plot robs parties of internal democracy. Now on The Vanguard, we have 2027, Makinde, Wiki camps break eyes, move to save PDP. Then in The Daily Trust, we have 11 soldiers, police officer killed in Kebbi ambush. We're starting today's commentary with The Nation headline, which says Turaki Group dumps Makinde, embraces Wiki-backed Exco. A political group aligned with Turaki has withdrawn its support for Seyi Makinde and shifted allegiance to an executive committee backed by Nyesom Wike. The move signals changing loyalties and deepening internal realignments within the party, potentially strengthening Wike's influence ahead of future political contests. This is what we were just talking about that yesterday, but from today, it's already a division from Seyi Makinde's side, who has vowed not to reconcile with the other group. And from what we are having, Turaki has decided to join Wike so that they can come back to PDP and build the party, which was the biggest in Africa many years ago. And from the a playoff event, you could see Wike also standing his ground and receiving them. He also said that he does not have any issue, or he is still throwing his arms open to as many as wants to reconcile. And this is not just a political issue. This is also where we are talking about a man being supporting Mr. President and also being in another party, leading a faction of a party. And from the look of things, if as Turaki has joined Wike's side, where he has reconciled with, where he said that they have reconciled and they are planning to move ahead with the whole system, it means that we're going to see another faction of PDP too, where there's Governor Seyi Makinde at the other side, who still insists that he has his own ground, that anybody that wants to join should join, but he is still in PDP, yet there's another PDP. So this has not reconciled the whole PDP, but it just creates a faction where Turaki has joined Wike.
Well, first and foremost, I would analyze what the Wike's group is doing. I will analyze it using the alliance theory, because looking at what he's doing, he has should I use the word imitated, or he has tried to adopt that power of unity and alliance in that party. Because if you see the way the whole system is being played out, you find out that Mr. Wike is now trying to align with Turaki, and Turaki has seen the future in what Mr. Wike is trying to do. So they are now trying to ally and make sure they come up with something very, very big and something very relevant come 2027. So I think from the whole analysis, Sheyi Makinde's group may be weakened from the whole scenario.
Okay.
Yes.
If they are weakened from the whole scenario, the thing is that looking at what Wike is doing and looking at where PDP is currently, we're still asking that question. Who, don't you think that Turaki joining Wike would eventually mean that they are looking for who will stand for them so that they can reconcile coming this presidential election? My question is always, who will now be in this PDP presidential candidate? Who will they choose even after the whole thing? That's just my question. I'm not asking anybody particularly, but it's just what I'm still asking, because looking at Wike, he is supporting Mr. President. Do you get? Wike is supporting Mr. President, and there's no who will come out from this peace they have made to do the whole thing. That's just my question, and I'm still asking. Yes.
Yes, you will find out that a key factor geared towards winning election. This is a should I use a strategy geared towards making elections go free and fair. And the most important thing in all these political parties is to win election, gain resources, galvanize influence, and contest for power in Abuja and across the 30 states. So you find out that once there is unity, once there is that close alignment between Wike and Turaki, it has given them a leverage to attract resources and to gain power in that party, thereby weakening the Makinde's group.
The thing there is that at the end of the Turaki joining Wike, they will still, because Wike is PDP, APC, like we always.
APC.
So at the end of the day, there is still allegiance to the main man leading that side to Mr. President. That's how it is.
All right. When we look at the issue around PDP, we keep speaking to the PDP that has invited that has fetched an ant-infested firewood, thereby inviting the lizards to feast, and the chicks have come home to roost. What you're witnessing in the PDP has been long in the making, and obviously Wike holds the axis at this moment. He holds the axis at this moment, and seeing the Turaki group, coming in contact and then negotiating and suing for peace, according to Turaki, when he was giving press briefing on this issue, he said he's in obedience to an appeal court directive sitting in Ibadan that told them to pursue and explore, the pact of reconciliation for both factions. However, that the Wike faction, the Abdurrahman-led National Caretaker Working Committee, that's been somehow recognized by the judgment of the appeal court in Abuja, has selected March 29th to 30th for the National Convention of the PDP, such that any other faction stands the chance of losing out if there is no proper reconciliation. And I think that the Turaki, leadership, or the Turaki-led faction, have done the right thing in pursuing peace, in thinking and tinkering for ways for peace to return, for them to go into that convention, on one unified front. I think that the headline by the Nation newspaper, used an overkill, and this overkill, is to highlight the point which Makinde had made while he visited the governor of Bauchi State, where he did state that he can't, in good conscience, align and work with the National Caretaker Committee led by Abdurrahman or the Wike faction. That in itself is to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and that he wouldn't do that. Having stated that obvious fact, everyone knows where he stood if things doesn't change by tomorrow. So in that instance, obviously you wouldn't expect a Makinde to be in the conversation, but he is in the conversation as well, because as things stand, if the feelers from Ibadan are anything to go by, he is telling his supporters that he remains in the PDP, but he would support any of them that seeks for elective positions on any platform across political parties, that he is so open to supporting them, not just in the PDP but in any party that they may want to seek such position. What does this say in instance is that this peace is not yet a whole in PDP. What we may witness is a continued anti-party activities in the PDP. The PDP cannot be same. What we have is a dominance of a faction, the Wike-led faction, selecting a time date for convention, and they've gone ahead to have a consensus candidate, where Brahman and the suspended national secretary of the party, Senator Aneke, are being micro-picked for positions, and that would be against the standing of the governors that are in the party. So while this peace or the negotiated peace is still ongoing, we want to see how this will unfold. But one thing that is quite obvious is that PDP, head or tail, has played into the hands of the FCT minister, and he will continue to determine the direction of the party. There is no PDP that is coming back to field a strong candidate against the presidential candidate or the candidacy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that is the position of the FCT minister. So what we may be celebrating is that the PDP may have the capacity or the ability to field candidates at the subnational level for the legislative positions, but for the position of Mr. President, the PDP is not there, and the PDP will not be there. So if there are people who are hinging their hope on a unified PDP that will be as formidable as the PDP that we've known from yesterday, then that will be a long ask. It will be a tall order. The PDP isn't coming back. Yes. And I tell you, there is no certainty that from this point we will not see other crises emerge. But like I do say, head or tail, it is a Wike PDP. He holds the answers. Yes. So for Governor Seyi Makinde, he may still remain in the PDP. We will continue to see that, but we know that there are alliances, and like you did say, politicians will continue to align. They will continue to make alliances. They will continue to find where the green, look for where the green, the pastures will be greener. So when we saw him in Kano State and with Governor of Bauchi State, obviously there are political calculations in the midst. There's no politicians that would want to go into a next phase of an election in a disunited house. And the PDP today is disunited, structurally defective. If they do not pander and align to the whims and caprice of the FCT minister, there won't be any PDP in 2027. So I think that the Turaki-led faction may have done the smart thing, but on what ground? Because politics is all about give and take. What are they getting in return? As it is a game of interest. We don't know at this instance who may be playing the other. So Makinde may be said to be from the periphery, but perhaps he could still be calling the shots that the Turaki-led group are negotiating with. We would hope to see a PDP that is active, but a strong PDP that I still have my doubts about.
Okay, we go over to the Guardian headline, which says consensus plot robs parties of internal democracy. And it says there are growing worries that the increasing use of consensus arrangements in political parties is undermining internal democracy. Critics argue that selecting candidates without open competition sidelines party members, limits transparency, and weakens the democratic process within parties, even though leaders may see it as a way to avoid conflicts. It's still what we've been looking at, where political parties are now picking what we could term anointed candidates. Now there's no, because of the short notice and activities which we saw in the electoral reform about the upcoming election, there is now what we call political parties picking their candidates, reaching consensus, who will stand for them, who will go for them. And it's weakening the parties. Looking at PDP, a question was raised the other day about, still talking about the presidential election. Will there be anyone who will come out from APC, to contest primary elections, among the party for presidential seat? And that is what we saw many years ago, where parties will hold their congress and come together and then go through due process. Everything here is stemming at due process, and it is also taking away the authority of those parties in exercising their rightful obligations when it comes to what is on ground. Because if we're in a party, let's say we're in a party together, and our leader comes in and say, you will go for us, there are chances that you or me may be the better candidate, but we will not know until there is an internal election, something like that, those primaries that will be organized. So this is what is happening. And starting from APC, looking at APC's condition, where we saw the other day that from the meeting that was held with Mr. President, there are already candidates who are looking up to positions as governors and senators and other places in the federation. So that brings a lot of questions about weakening the system and making it obsolete for people who have personal interest to be able to exercise what they have.
Well, if you look at what the APC is trying to do, you'll find out that they're trying to take a stance, or they're trying to make sure that there are no major conflicts in their own party. The way they're trying to mitigate internal disputes by allying with consensus agreements, thereby bringing one particular candidate which they have unanimously agreed to work with, and show the good people of Nigeria that this is our candidate. So they're trying to mitigate disagreements, internal losses, and trying to make sure that politicians or their party men align directly to the whims of that particular political party. However, this gives President Bola Ahmed Tinubu the right, the issue of what I may call godfatherism, or that absolute right to choose whoever he wants to choose. However, this will holistically weaken democracy
in the party.
Yes. Internal democracy. It will weaken internal democracy in that party. However, I think the president is trying to take this stance in order not to make the mistakes that the opposition party made a few months ago. Okay. So they are trying to maintain that unity in the party. They are trying to maintain that one voice in the party. However, recall that they issued a statement a few days ago that there is no threat to their convention. And from what is underplaying, you can see that there are no visible, clearly evident threat. There could be some threats, we do not know, but there are no clearly defined internal disputes among themselves. You find out they're trying to make sure that everything goes in peace, in harmony, and
they agree about a candidate who they will bring out. Yes. Not in the primaries like it is said to be. That's just the thing. Or not in it's just a consensus. Oh, we agree that you're going to go there and represent us. It is a problem, because I still say it, looking at as APC as a party should, when they are doing their primaries, of course Mr. President is going for the second term, when they are doing their primaries, there should be certain people who are imagined to go for that same position. But because it is Mr. President, and that, like you said, there's a more coordination around them. So there's now delegation instead of election within them.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
That stance will mitigate losses and mitigate internal disputes in the party. Because, like I will always say, politics is a game of interest. And these party men you see around, clamoring around APC, they are there for just one thing: interest.
But what about party democracy?
Yes, party democracy is good, but using party democracy in a system whereby you want something to work in your own favor, party democracy may be overlooked because interest may oversee party democracy.
So when we begin to pander to interest, then where was the essence of democracy? The chances are that with this new development given to the electoral reforms, when we speak to the good tidings in the electoral reforms, there are issues that are thrust up, and happily IPAC are taking up this challenge. We don't know how far they would go to challenge this new electoral act, but one thing is that it's law and it's operational. And one of such issues is like we're looking at this period where consensus candidate is being adopted. We keep speaking to the ruling party. It's not just the ruling party. When you look in, you will see these other parties adopting similar method, because with the new electoral act, that's the mechanism to navigate and excel timelines to be able to come out and not fall under the hammer of the regulatory body Aneke. Having said that, when we look at the issue of consensus candidates, yes, it may not be entirely bad as it portends, but the dangers are that if we continue to toe this line, that democracy may be threatened. We are witnessing a situation where the issue of selective principles will begin to apply, where we are talking about consensus. What is consensus? It's about selecting people who fit certain interests. And democracy shouldn't be about peculiar interest. It should be a representative government that seeks to stand for the interests of the generality of the people. Now, when we talk about consensus candidates as regards the APC, one is not shocked, because the interest in APC as of today is such that they would want to reward party loyalty. It's such that things are micromanaged to gain to a desired end. When we talk about consensus candidacy, we've seen zonal conventions that took place. And if you follow through, you will see that the issue of consensus is at play, where it's already determined who gets what. Yes, people would argue that it is to manage crisis or to forestall crisis from occurring. But the issue is that certain individuals will be disenfranchised, certain interests will be maligned. If you do not align with the powers that be in that political party as at this instance, then there's nothing for you as a party member. It's no longer a situation where one will rise and lost ideas without beginning to massage the egos of the powers that be. That's what we're witnessing. And it spells doom for democracy if we continue to tow this whole issue of consensus candidacy. And is one anomaly that the new electoral act has thrust upon us, because I see across party lines people throwing this issue of consensus candidacy, where yes, negotiated agreements will be reached and individuals will be handpicked for position. What happened to the real principle of democracy, where people test their familiarity? Again, people would argue that that the delegate system, as we used to have it, delegate primary system, is such that has become so capital intensive that we are now beginning to jettison that era of money politics, where people were able to use their resources to buy delegates. But in all, when we analyze this issue critically, you will see that the people will be shortchanged. It will now become a system that would not, portray democracy as it truly is. It becomes a government of selective individual for the interest of a select few. Whereas we are told that democracy is a government of accredited representatives for the interest of the generality of the people. Where we are told, yes, that the few may have their say, but majority will have their way. And as democracy in this manner has been practiced over time, have we moved forward as a people when we had a system that seems to represent the generality of the people's interest? We've not advanced further. So will this theocratic system of democracy advance us forward as a people? These are the questions that needs to be interrogated. But one is not surprised, given the leadership that we have, is one that when you study for example, in APC, the hierarchy in APC, everybody is pandering to the interests of an individual who over time, everything is orchestrated to see that this individual's position is unchallenged. If when we were discussing yesterday, we were citing the issue of Lagos, where existing governors may not be able to influence on their own who takes over. And we did cite the case of Sanwo-Olu, for example. Sanwo-Olu may advise, but may not wholesomely influence who takes over from him. It has never happened in the past, and it may not start this moment. There has been a particular interest that selects who goes. We know what happened to Ambode. Ambode was a performing governor in the eyes and interests of the people of Lagos, but he didn't get a second term because an individual said no. And that same system perhaps is what we are witnessing today, where every interest has to be aligned to a particular interest. And that is the consensus we are talking about. And I tell you, consensus may not be, irrespective of the arguments, it may not be the best for our budding democracy. It would, and most likely, lead to a government of a select few for the interest of fewer persons. And I tell you, the manner we are going, where we do not see a clear separation between, for example, the executive and the legislature, because everybody is falling in line according to party dictate. We may be running a situation where we may see, if somebody begins to nurse a third term agenda, that we may not have capable minds and personalities to challenge it. That's the risk with consensus. Because if we consensusly give you the ticket, who are you to challenge that? Tomorrow, the same delegates, I call them delegate now, that will sit in a corner of a cozy room and determine who gets what, would say you are not going back. So who are you to challenge? You have to fall in line. Because the party hierarchy now determines who gains what, who runs for an office. No, I do not subscribe that it is the best for our democracy. While, yes, over time, we were told that as we journey along, rules will be refactions made and remade until we get to where we're going. But there's still every need to interrogate this electoral law 2026. I do not know if there's still hope for an amendment, and I do not see that happening. Not under this present legislative leadership, no. But be that as it may, we hope for the best. The best for us as a people. But the parties would play to the interests of the party. But at the end of the day, what about the interests of the people? That should count for something.
Right, that should count for something. Now we go over to Daily Trust, which says 11 soldiers. Police officer killed in KB ambush. 11 soldiers, police officer killed in a KB ambush. At least 11 soldiers and a police officer were killed in a deadly ambush in Kebbi State, highlighting ongoing security challenges in the region. The attack underscores the persistent threat posed by armed groups and raises concerns about the safety of security personnel and residents. It is in the news as we are seeing it. In Kebbi State, this was an ambush. It happened in the night. It happened on Tuesday night. Now, what we're still checking and what we're still looking at is the situations where this ambush happened and the bandits who carried out this particular issue, this particular ambush attack. And personally, I would say this is a loss to our military. This is also a loss. This is also one of the fights that we have engaged in order to combat and to conquer insecurity, raising questions about what has been done. And I must commiserate with the families who lost their lives, who's part of the soldiers who gave their life for this particular cause. Day to day, month to month, week to week, we are hearing about soldiers being killed and the ambush being carried out by these terrorists, and this one is not out of the game. The governor has already reached out and reached to the destination where the whole thing happened. He has sent his commiserations to, and he has decided to, he said that he's going to take care of the families who were left behind, to support and to show that there is a welfare of the soldiers. And he has also visited the people who got injured in the hospital. He has agreed and sent orders for their bills to be paid. This is also looking at the fact that welfare is important, because it's not only, I'm not going to drive this away entirely, but it's not only in Nigeria we are having terrorism and terrorist attacks, but we are talking about welfare from my own end, and I'm not going to shift it, but I'm going to say that the governor, he did so well by, commiserating with the family immediately and also sending help. So we are still talking about insecurity, Mr. Gerard. Still talking about people being killed. As now it's soldiers, people that should, defend the citizens. And this thing happened for then when there was an issue in Kebbi State, that particular community. There was actually an issue that was going on. The bandits were doing a lot of things. So the soldiers were now sent to protect the community. And the soldiers that were sent to protect the community lost their life. Mr. Gerard.
Well, I will start by expressing my deepest condolences.
Yes.
To the families that were affected. It is really a heartbreaking and saddening event. It is not one that we should. In fact, it is very, very bad. It is a very bad situation. I will also say that the Lakurawa group is an very armed militant group operating in the northwestern region, and some of their activities could be likened to the Harakat al-Shabaab, a very powerful militant group that attacks villages, civilians, and mostly militaries. So it is a demerit to our security intelligence group operating in Kebbi and in other northwestern states. It is true that the governor showed his solidarity, or should I use the word, his condolence
yes,
to the people and the bereaved. But the question still remains: what is the government of Kebbi doing to curb insecurity in their own state? Because if you look at it from a clearer view, you'll find out that lives are being lost every day, and we keep saying the same thing. We keep sending condolences to the families affected. We keep calling out on the security agencies to work and make sure they bring these criminals to book. But the problem still persists. So the question we should be deliberating now is, how do we bring this to a stop?
Okay.
Because lives are being lost every day. A few weeks ago and some days ago, we saw bomb blast in Maiduguri. We also saw so many forms of terrorist attacks. So you find out that this is actually a very, very big problem in our polity.
All right. Let me first of all commiserate with the families of the bereaved. And, losing our gallant officers this way is worrisome. That our men and women in uniform continue to, fall in battle. It leaves more to be desired. We are getting to a situation where people may no longer want to enlist in the service of the nation. But it did raise a question. What's the government of Kebbi State doing? The question remains that security, as it's currently constituted in Nigerian constitution, leaves the issue of security at the hands of the government at the center, which is one of the reasons why I'm somehow excited when Mr. President speaks to the issue of state police. We can't continue to have this level of conversation around insecurity, because it tends not to offer practicable solution. If we do not rejig or rethink our constitution that leaves security on the exclusive list. When you ask what is the government of Kebbi doing, I bet you when you listen to them, they will tell you their handicap. Just like the governor of Zamfara, when he did cry out, they know where these people are, but they do not have the capacity to control the military, the police. We have a situation where a governor cannot give order to the commissioner of police in his state without first the commissioner, getting to have a conversation with the IG in Abuja. He needs to get permission. We've seen instances where a sitting governor and the commissioner of police in his state do not agree on issues. So we need to rethink security. Yes, we'll keep speaking to the issue and it keeps happening. It was less than a fortnight ago, I did tell you here that this may not be the last. And what have happened, as sorry as it is, may not be the last. Questions need to be asked as to intelligence gathering. Yes, ambush is a strategy in warfare, but it takes a strong intelligence network to be able to foil such attacks. And the question remains, is our intelligence network overwhelmed? If the answer is in affirmative, then why are we witnessing a whole lot of unfoiled attacks? The other day I said we should begin to rethink the people we appoint into certain positions. Positions like the defense, the ONSA, and some other positions that has to do with key security issues. We need to get thoroughbred professionals to man certain positions and not civilians. In fact, I will stand any day to make the argument that a civilian has no business being a defense minister or minister of state for defense. No. We are in a bare situation where we need to holistically approach with all seriousness the issue of insecurity. Nigeria has become a breeding ground for the insurgents, the terrorists. And Mr. President did allude to that while he was in the UK. He spoke to the situation being a fallout from the Sahel. But beyond the speeches, what are we really doing? Yes, the other day Mr. President gave a marching order that the leadership of the military hierarchy should relocate to Borno State. And I did raise the question, why they were in Borno? How are we going to curb similar attack from other states? So when you did ask the question, what is Kebbi State government doing? I tell you, the issue is beyond a subnational. I am quite disenchanted that we are still talking about state police in hushed tones without expediting actions. My position has always been that if we could get the Electoral Act signed speedily and handled the manner in which it was speedily handled, that we should be able to speedily handle issues around state police. If Mr. President and the APC as we speaks to consensus candidates and they could orchestrate the kind of zonal conventions that we saw, then how can they whip their governors, their legislators at the national, at the state level, put them in line to expedite action? All we need is 24 states. By now, I was waiting to see a federal framework on state police. Where is the national framework? So, when the United States legislators spoke to the will of the Nigerian government to combat insecurity, this is it. Because obviously we do not be that we have that will. What may be lacking here is the will. If you have will, it will be filled. People will feel it. You will see a rejig of our operation as it's presently constituted because it's not producing the needed results. And I ask questions. The collaboration with the United States government, when do we start reaping the benefit? We are inviting France. But what is our national framework on insecurity? Are we balkanizing the nation on security ground for international interest? Where are the equipment? Why can't we speedily bring in the needed equipment? How are we policing the borders? These are the issues that needs to be interrogated. We are all gearing towards the next election, party conventions and all that. Yet, men and women, gallant officers are falling by the wayside daily. Men who has given their life to the service of this nation. How do the younger generation enlist into service if we continue to lose men like this? Today is 11 soldiers in Kebbi. Tomorrow the numbers may be higher than this. This is where I expect that the Nigerian citizens should hold their government to account. But yet, like the cartoons or the comedians that we have, they will tell you that for an average Nigerian, every issue is rice. When a Nigerian complains about power, give him rice. When Nigeria complains about the cost of PMS, give him rice. When a Nigerian speaks to insecurity, give him rice. And more often they'll be contented. Why are we not holding our government to account? People barely travel again for the sake of holidays or tourism, to go travel from perhaps Enugu to Bauchi to go and see the tourist attraction in that area because of insecurity. You do not see anybody traveling through Maiduguri coming down south for the sake of insecurity. People man their territory. People go to bed with their eyes wide open. Are we speaking to people being kidnapped for ransom? All rhetorics. We've rejigged and appointed new officers. What is the timeline for them to achieve results in the field? So for me, I will continue to hold the government to account. Yes. Until we sit up and show will, then we may continue to lose our men and women in uniform. And it's worrisome. Because obviously, since despite the gains by the military, it seems that the insurgents are having a field day in Nigeria. To what end? This question stops on the bulk of the government. When I answer your question, I do not exonerate the government at the subnational. No. They have security votes. There is more they can do. You shouldn't wait for the government at the center. Constitute community policing. Empower them. They know their territory. They command their area. Nigeria could. And Nigerians can stand up for themselves. We'll keep, speaking to these issues, and it continue to recur. It takes one back to the ways of former heads of state that will tell you to hold the government accountable. Shegumi, in as much as we want to vilify him, what did he say? That the government knows where these people are. That it's more difficult to have access to one of the bandit kingpins or any of the bandit kingpins. It's more difficult to access them than it is to access Mr. President in Aso Rock. What does that tell you? I keep speaking that we need to sit down and have a national conference on security. And I bet you, perhaps, a judicial panel of inquiry as well. A lot will be unraveled. A lot will be said. And Nigerians will weep for themselves. But I tell you, in times of insecurity, we can only stem the tide. Because Nigeria, like I always say, can only be built by Nigerians. Only if we have the will.
All right, thank you very much for that. We go over to the Vanguard paper, which says 2027, all geopolitical zones rally behind Tinubu as APC holds congresses. All geopolitical zones rally behind Tinubu as APC holds congresses. Support for Bola Ahmed Tinubu appears to be growing nationwide as members of the All Progressive Congress, APC, across all 6 geopolitical zones show unity during the party's congresses. This suggests a strong internal backing for Tinubu ahead of the 2027 elections, with the party consolidating its structure and strengthening its political base across the country. It is from the news that we've had how the APC not just garnering, not just having their strength, but also having all the geopolitical parties in these geopolitical zones, coming together to support Mr. President. And like you always will point out that politics is a game of interest. Mr. Gerard, what do you think? How are you seeing this?
Well, if you look at what the APC is doing, you'll find out they have what we call strategic and systemic plan geared towards winning the 2027 general election. So I think yesterday they were at Enugu. Some party men from Imo State, they came to Enugu for their convention and their alignment. So you begin to see that this is actually a strategic move geared winning the 2027 general election. And I will tell you I will tell you this for free. When there is unity and when there is alliance in a party, you begin to see that they attract much more party loyalists. They begin to attract much candidates, much voters willing to align with their own interests. So the way they are going about it, it shows unity. It shows alliance among party members, and they are trying so hard to galvanize a lot of citizens to vote for them come 2027 general election.
Okay, it's still what we're talking about, having the masses, having the structures already in place for Mr. President to have his way. And it is giving that one structure thing where we're having even 30 states out of 36 states and the federal capital, governors, part of the APC. So I'm still wondering what we're going to do at the end of this and how it is going to be as everyone is looking at supporting Mr. President.
All right. Before we continue the conversation, I called for the video on Enugu State Southeast Zonal Congress yesterday, where the Southeasterners, picked their candidates in a zonal convention yesterday, while we are still speaking on the issue of the APC, rallying around Mr. President as their consensus candidate. All right. So speaking to this issue, we've seen the Southeast Zonal Convention, in Enugu State. By the time the three governors walked in, it didn't take time. Speaking to the issue of consensus candidates, already they knew the people they wanted, and things didn't take that long. They had the candidates, and the convention was practically over. And speaking to the issue around APC and Mr. President, what do you expect in APC? Everybody is already standing on the mandate. Yeah. So were you expecting a competition when there was already a mandate where everybody is on the mandate? Across the zones, across the region, where do you expect the challenge to come? At the sub-national level, 30 states at least are standing on the mandate. So obviously, everybody would align to adopt Mr. President as the candidate. I do not see any challenger in APC against the position of Mr. President going forward. I do not see that happening.
Who would try it?
So, what we're witnessing is where, yes, consensus candidates, delegates, I imagine, if I use the word, when they get to the convention in Abuja, what you will see is everyone coming to adopt Mr. President as the candidate. So I do not see a situation where there will be a challenger. No. The danger here for me is that we may not have the opportunity to choose from, and this should not spiral into other political parties, where we begin to see other political parties begin to adopt and stand on the mandate. The Nigerian people need to make choices, and one of such choices should be either to vote for or against in an election. The essence of an election is that either you vote for someone or there's what we call protest vote, where you go for a better candidate. Part of it is to say you've done well, we will re-elect you. And that choice is what is being taken away from party members. Because in this instance, the over millions of people who have registered into APC, do they have a hand in choosing who is emerging as a delegate in that election. Because everything people have been chosen through consensus. And the presidential candidate too will emerge through consensus.
Of course.
We're going to see them adopt. So this is what is going to happen. Everybody's already aligned and standing on the mandate. So, yes, PDP is most likely going to stand on the mandate and adopt Mr. President as the sole candidate. If
PDP.
Of course. Do you expect Mr. Wike to align with anybody who would go against the mandate? He has made it obvious that he will stand against anybody, any group that would want to challenge the position of Mr. President.
But Sheyi Makinde there is a big force and a big influencer.
He's not. Yeah, speaking of Sheyi Makinde now, that will have a Tuwaki faction that is negotiating. On what ground are they negotiating? When the Wike faction has selected the time of the convention. They've already consensusly unanimously chosen some individual, including the expelled or suspended National Party Secretary of the PDP, Senator Aneke, as candidates in the convention. So in that instance, what do you think? I speak to the fact that Mr. Wike hold the answers. PDP, and like I always say, has fetched an ant-infested firewood, and they've really invited the lizard to feast. Yes, if we are hoping for a PDP that would oppose the position of Aneke, it may not be tenable. And I speak boldly to it that I see a PDP that would stand on the mandate in the presidential election as well. So the prayer should be that other political parties should not as well adopt Mr. President, like in the days of Abacha, where we saw all the political parties adopting Abacha as their candidate, where we saw 10 million man march, youths earnestly asking for Abacha. We may still see some if care is not taken.
All right, this is where we draw the curtain close in our newspaper review. I hope you go out there to get your copy of any newspaper of your choice, read and send your comments to across our social media channels, across the social media, of course, Facebook, YouTube, in TikTok and the rest of them. And this is where we're calling it a time. Next, we move over to sports updates, where we'll be giving you just at the nick of what is happening in the world of sports. It is nothing clear that the rumors concerning this Nigeria's striker or midfielder we're talking about, it will be the father come out to say that it is not true, that it can never happen. And the friendlies are already going to happen today with every other thing going on. Yes, this is where we are calling it a day also on this edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you for being part of what we are doing. And thank you for waking up with us. I am Good Hope Chukuma.
Thank you, Mr. Gerald, for those contributions on the Sunrise and newspaper analysis.
Thank you so much, sir.
It's always a pleasure to have you. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. These restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us today on The Insight. The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, topical headline, policies, politics, personalities shaping our nation. and we're looking at Eswoma and a cleaner tomorrow today. They say the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. Same truth holds for our environment. We often speak of a cleaner tomorrow as if it's a destination on a map. No, that can be beyond the map, but our environment. We often speak of it as if it's just a destination, but the reality is that this quality of our future is being written in the disposal bins and drainage systems of today. We are moving beyond the rhetoric of someday to the urgency of this hour. Waste is no longer just an eyesore. It's a public health frontline, an economic heartbeat. If we want a state that breathes, a state that thrives, and a state that leads, we must realize that a cleaner tomorrow isn't a dream, it's a discipline. Today, we examine the blueprint for a cleaner Enugu. We are talking about accountability, innovation in waste to waste, in waste to wealth, and the civic duty that binds us all. Joining us is the leadership of Eswoma, Remi Amadi, Head Public Relations, Eswoma, and Joshua Ozioko, Public Relations Officer. It's a pleasure to have you on the Insight.
Thank you very much.
For having us.
All right. Eswoma is here to tell us the future is clean, but only if we start now. So let me come to you, sir.
That's all right.
When we hear about a cleaner tomorrow today, what are we talking about?
Wow. The essence of governance is for a better tomorrow of the society, of the public, of everybody. So we talk about a cleaner tomorrow. If we understand it very well, we're talking about a healthier tomorrow. We're talking about a wealthier tomorrow. We're talking about a sane tomorrow, actually. Because, I mean, by the time you're able to take care of the environment will be livable, if I may use that. And the environment will be right for every economic activity, every aspect of human activity, both that you need for survival and that you need for, sustainability. So we're talking about a safe environment.
A safe
environment. A safe environment. And we're talking about sustaining that safe environment.
Okay.
And we want to create all that today.
We want to create all that today.
Yes.
I'll come back to you to ask how we can create that today, because when we speak about these things, it sounds futuristic. But let me come to Joshua. Joshua, I want to know, when you take a look at Enugu, as at this moment we are speaking, how do you describe the state of Enugu in terms of cleanliness around us?
All right, thank you very much. Anybody that lived in Enugu or has lived in Enugu in the past 10 years would agree with me that Enugu has moved from what it was known for. Now, before now, you move around the streets in Enugu, you see heaps of waste, right and left. Even at the center of the road, you are seeing heaps of waste. But today, the story has changed. We have done our best to ensure that we are living in a clean state, in a clean environment. We have ensured that as you are waking up in the morning, you are not being greeted a good morning by heaps of waste. Rather, as you wake up in the morning, as you go about your lawful duties for the day, you have a clean environment, you breathe a good air, and then you don't have a foul smell. Or you see things that, you get to your office or to your marketplace and then you want to eat, you cannot eat because of the things you saw while coming to work or while going to your business place. So this is what we have ensured. So Enugu has departed from the dirtiest state that it was known for to the cleanest state in Nigeria. You will recall what happened last year, the award that the state won as the cleanest state in Nigeria. So it did not just come by surprise. It is hard work, resilience of Eswoma with the support of the state governor. His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubisimba. So Enugu has departed from what it was known for. We are now in a new era of a clean state, of a healthier state.
All right. We're now in a new era of a cleaner and healthier state.
Yes.
All right. But let me ask, about the fact that I may want to play a bit of a spoiler here. Do you think that the people of Enugu that we'll talk about, because when we speak to Enugu is about people, do they agree with this notion?
No, this is a media house. Go to the field, conduct interviews. We have communication channels wide open. We get feedback from people. We have a platform where we interact with market leaders of Enugu State. We have a platform where we interact with local government chairmen. We have WhatsApp, social media platforms are open. People will get their feedback. Go on the streets of Enugu, do a voice pop, and get to hear what Enugu has to tell you about Eswama. If not for anything, with the introduction of our door-to-door collection of waste, this is what has never been seen before in the entire Southeast. But we introduced it, and it is working. You be in your house, just bag your waste, bring it in front of your house, and before you are coming out to go to work, somebody has picked it up. You don't need to stress yourself to go to the waste bin to dump your waste anymore. Just bag your waste, drop it in front of your house, and someone picks it up for you. You just go. So go in the streets of Enugu and hear what Enugu has to say. They have agreed that indeed Eswama has changed. Even a blind man can see what is happening in Enugu.
Even a blind man can see, a media person listening to you. But let me come back to Sir Remi Amadi on this issue. Okay. We are speaking to an Eswama that has changed.
Yes.
Enugu State that has changed from where he used to be.
Yes.
Speaking to a very dirty environment, to a cleaner, healthier environment.
Yes.
And I want to speak in terms of numbers right now. I know that when you talk about cleaning, it has to do with being a capital-intensive project. How did you achieve this migration from where Enugu State was to where it is now, to winning an award as one of the cleanest states in Nigeria?
It's an ongoing process. It simply flows from the head.
From the head?
That's it.
When you say flows from the head?
We have a governor who has come in to say, look, it's a priority area for me.
Okay.
The people's health, a clean environment, and that's why if you say a cleaner today, today, it rings like a bell everywhere. It's a priority project for him. So he insisted on that. And from day one till today, if he moves around and sees any garbage anywhere that's heaped up, he picks a phone. It's not a question of let me go and come back.
Okay.
He picks a phone and calls. That's what's going on. And he wants that cleared before he comes back to that spot. And as he's coming back to check. So it's that kind of personal supervision. It shows you that personal interest he has in it. It's not a question of delegating authority. Yes, he has a lot of, delegated authority. But then the body language tells the whole story.
Okay.
Where you have to be very serious. So it's a situation where, following from that, we had to look at issues from areas of priority. First of all, get the garbage off the metropolis, off the concentration of the people, off the population, for public health purpose. That's number one. When you do that, then you start talking about how to manage that with efficiency. But primarily, the health of the people is deep down into his heart.
Okay.
So if you get that, because it's when you allow the thing to be there, you're creating some kind of health hazard. You're creating, unsafe environment. I mentioned something like safety before. And when you're talking about safety, you're not talking about only health, human health. You're also talking about other aspects of safety. You have rodents, you have reptiles, you have other issues, aviation risks and things like that. They're all part of safety, packaged into garbage being dropped anywhere.
Okay.
You understand? So we talk about holistic aspect of human health, safety. Then you talk about the city aesthetics, which is very important. You need to do that to attract people to the city. It's a destination for all people who want to come and and that has boosted a lot of the hospitality industry in Enugu, whether you like it or not. It's not strange that they decided to host the NBA conference here, and at the end of it, all that was, we heard from all the people that, oh, Enugu is clean, Enugu is clean. Before you now started, talking about the award we received last year. So these are issues. First, the human health. Then that is public, health. Then the other aspect, aesthetics. Before we now go into, through efficiency, the aspect of creating wealth out of the waste.
Yeah.
So these are stages. So we can reasonably say we have achieved a lot in the first stage, and we're dealing with the second stage and the third stage. A lot of things are in the pipeline already to lead us to the third stage. If we have time, we will see aspect of it in concrete terms.
All right.
Yes.
The first stage is done. We are moving into the second stage.
Yeah.
But before we get to that conversation, Joshua, I'll come to you.
All right.
We're talking about a whole lot of things here. He said to the policy change and everything comes from the head, who wants a cleaner environment, supervises the environment. And it cannot be possible if there's no change in attitude. And I'm asking, with the efforts, especially, I commend this woman public relations in terms of communication and all that, but would you say that has engineered a change in attitude of the people?
We are still having the challenge of Ndenugu buying into the idea of maintaining a totally cleaner environment. We still struggle with people having not bagging their waste. We still have people throwing things out of a moving vehicle, throwing waste out of a moving vehicle or tricycle. So, but so far so good. A good number of Ndenugu are gradually starting, because of so many years that nothing has happened with regards to waste management. So people relax. We know how Enugu used to be. You don't dare throw things out of a moving vehicle. But at some point, things got realized. Everybody to your tent, oh Israel. So people felt, oh, this is the new normal. If I drink sachet water, I can dispose it anywhere and anyhow I want to do it. If I eat okpa and drink Pepsi, I can dispose the trash anywhere and anyhow I choose to. I don't owe anybody anything. So, but now that the change has come, and we are saying, no, this is not how to do it. This is not how, but there is a best way to dispose your waste, and that is to bag your waste properly and then dispose properly. So some persons are finding it very difficult to adapt. So that adaptation now is a major challenge that we are facing. We are commending some residents of Enugu who have imbibed, but there are a few others that are here to imbibe, and that is posing a challenge to us. So some have adapted, others are, it's a thing of the mind. For you to change a human being, what you believe that this is the best way to do things, and then someone is coming after some years to tell you, no, this way you've been doing it is not the best way, there is a better way to do it. So to change is always difficult for some people. But in Enugu, they are waking up to that change.
They are waking up to that change.
Exactly.
All right. Sarimi, when you were talking, you did speak to the health risk associated to the dump sites or having a dirty environment.
Yeah.
And I want to amplify that.
Definitely. Man is a part of the environment.
Okay.
And therefore the environment impacts seriously on human health. You see, when you talk about diseases, if you go down to the source, you see that these are many of them from microorganisms. Microorganisms are living organisms that thrive on many biomaterials, maybe waste foods and other biodegradable materials, which on their own, as you go about looking for food, they also go about looking for food. The pests are there, whether they are mosquitoes, whether they are cockroaches, whether they are snakes or whatever thing, rats, they're all looking for what to eat. Even the birds, they are looking for what to eat. So, but just like as a human being, when you generate your activities, out of those activities, you generate wastes. As they try to hunt for food and cut down the food and eat their own, they also generate waste. And then they also bring in part of what they have in themselves, microorganisms and things like that. Also, all these things happen in the food. And the impact of that on the environment is that some aspects of it, like microspores, all right, these microorganisms, they have a means of developing into, they yield spores, and those spores can be airborne. All right. So from that, even ordinary breeze, cool breeze, can carry much, which means even without your touching those physical wastes, you can breathe them in the air immediately around. That's what they refer to as aerosol. So what you breathe in is impacted on, and that is why you have, a lot of catarrh, tonsillitis, or whatever respiratory, systems that have problems. They come from that. If you remember properly, during COVID-19 and all that stuff, they insist you must cover your nose, you must wear gloves, and immediately you come back from anywhere, wash your hands on running water and things like that. Why? Because the airborne microorganisms, spores and all those things deposit on surfaces. The doors you open in a public door, the public transport you get into, even the places, walls everywhere. So it behoves you immediately you come back, part of the hygiene we talk about, you must wash those things off. Otherwise, you are carrying them to yourself. You now go to somewhere else in public place, you bring those things back to your house. You go to the market, you bring those things back to your house. But if you have a clean environment where all those wastes are properly managed, taken away in time to where they are dealt with, treated and then dealt with, that's why we have the Ugwu Onyama mine deposit site. Do you understand now? There you have a whole lot of activities going on. Quickly, from the schedule of the door-to-door, within 2-3 days, in fact 3 times in a week, each zone has a situation where whatever garbage you have, everything, you are asked to bag those things, tie them properly, come and dump into the mobile hub, the compactor trucks. And then even where you have that the residence is a bit far from where you have the mobile house, the tricycles are there. They move around your houses, pick whatever you have bagged and brought up. It means that even before the solid waste has a chance to petrify in your immediate environment, in your house, where they will generate a lot of things like flies will perch on them, then come and perch on your food in your house, on your dining table, and cause diseases and outbreak of diseases. Before that happens, if you obey the procedure brought out by Eswama, bag your wastes, tie them properly, then these things are taken away with it before they can generate into something else. And as they are taken away, you are now ensuring that even the air around is safe and fresh.
All right. Thank you.
So these are the issues. Right. The same for surfaces you touch. The same for making sure that rats don't come into your house. And when those rats come into your house, snakes will come after the rats. Right. And then you can now have rats, snakes and everything everywhere. You go to near the airport, you have a situation where the big birds, the kites, they are looking for what to eat from those refuse dumps. If you don't clear those things, they constitute aviation problem because they get into the engine of the aircraft and then you have a crash. So these are the issues.
All right. Very big issues here. But Joshua, let's amplify the procedures that SWOMA has led up to a cleaner environment.
Okay, when you generate your waste from your house or your office, you bag them.
Generate?
Yes.
Bag? Okay.
Yes. And then because we have started our door-to-door evacuation of waste, like I mentioned earlier, once you bag that waste, bring it in front of your house and keep. Okay. We have a schedule. Then if on the day your area is assigned for the exercise, the tricycle riders will come, they'll pick the waste and then go to the mobile hub, which is a compactor truck. Once the tricycle is filled up, they'll go to the mobile hub and deposit, and then they continue until that particular is done with the number of streets assigned to it for that particular day. So generate your waste. We now encourage people to sort their waste, because the PET bottles, the plastic, the cartons and all that, you can sell them and make money. That is waste to wealth that my head was talking about. So you can get those things together, sort them, then the other ways that that you may feel like they don't have economic value, you can now bag them together, keep, and then the tricycles will come pick them up, move them to the mobile hub, and then the mobile hub will now move them to the dump site. So that is the procedure. All right,
but does this one have enough tricycles to cover the streets?
For now, the ones we have, we are managing. Okay. We are making plans to get more because we are expanding it. We just started it just towards the end of last year. So it's an ongoing process.
Okay.
So we are expanding it. So we have made plans to get more, so that we don't take time, because if by 11 a.m. we have not picked your waste in your house, that means there is a failure. Maybe because we don't have enough number of tricycles to move around. So, but when we have more tricycles, between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. we are done clearing everything.
And it will be every day.
And it is every
On
day.
daily basis.
Instead of every 2 days.
On daily basis.
Yes.
Are people paying for this?
The only payment you have to make is payment of your sanitation rates, which we encourage people.
You know why I asked this question? You said on daily basis, these tricycles moving, you're to move weights.
Currently,
Not now.
Currently,
Okay.
we have a schedule.
Okay.
I don't know if I can read the schedule.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we go to New Haven, Independence Layout, GRA, Transekulu, Atara Layout, and Maryland. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Then for Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, MNA, Ogui, Kokam, Abapa, Gariki, Ido River, and River Valley. So on these days, this is the schedule. But when we get to the point we are moving ahead, moving towards, we will now be every day.
Okay.
That is what my head is saying.
Okay.
So when we get to where we are looking out for, then it will be every day. We will not be like, okay, it's not our turn today, it is the other people's turn. No. Every day you are sure somebody, the tricycle will come to your doorstep, pick up your waste, and then we are saving you the stress of going to the dump sites, carry your waste. Maybe you are going to work, instead of breathing a good air, you are carrying waste with you. That has stopped. So just bag it, but if you don't bag, we will not collect.
Okay.
So it is only bagged waste that we are picking up.
Sure.
If you don't bag your waste, don't expect us to carry. We will not come to sweep your compound. All we need to do, just come, pick up the bagged waste, drop inside the tricycle, and off the tricycle moves to the next compound.
Okay.
If we get to a compound and there is no bagged waste, we move ahead. We will not come to bag your waste. We will not come to sweep your compound. We'll just come pick your bagged waste, and then we move on.
Okay.
So for the payment, once you pay your sanitation rate, then you are covered.
That's all.
That's all. So if anybody is demanding any extra charge from you or that, no, that is out of it. Unless you want to maybe appreciate the person out of your goodwill. But make sure you are paying your sanitation rate, and then this service will get to you. If it doesn't get to you, alert us. We are just a call away.
All right. You know, sweet as this is, I was going to ask, how sustainable is it going to be? Because you don't give the people sugar and all of a sudden it ceases. So how sustainable is this?
In the first instance, which is part of what we're trying to do, we strive to create that buy-in. Let the people see that this is designed for their own good, number one. Before it's talking about the good of others, or maybe the good of the state. So some people might probably think, oh, there's no point. That you're not doing it for Swama. You are doing it because, like I explained, for your immediate safety in health and others in your own house, you need to do these things. So when you do it, and then it now impacts on your neighborhood, by the time you do it, every person does his own, the entire environment is clean. Then you start talking about the whole state being clean, and then all the gains we get from it. So the first aspect is that buy-in, which is why we keep going on singing about it, talking about it everywhere, whether in schools or other communities everywhere. When we're invited, we go there and teach them. We go to markets. We have meeting with the market unions. We try to talk to them. Look, if you need us to come and talk to your general assembly, fine, we do that. The first thing is to let them understand how important this is to the person, you as an individual, before the others. Then, by the time we get that buy-in, then you don't need anybody to come and force you to do what you ought to do. For example, in the markets, you finish your business for the day. You sweep your shade. Put whatever thing you generated the day in a bag and tie it, and then put it in the collection center in that market. There, someone will come and pick it with their truck. The whole place is clean.
All right.
We are going into the rainy season. So if you have the whole place is clean, if it rains, you will have one advantage in Enugu. The topography is such that when it rains, everywhere washes itself.
Yeah.
Because the valleys are there, the hills are there. So Everywhere is clean and everybody's happy. In terms of sustaining it further, of course, the government is doing a lot by way of support to Eswama, both in terms of enabling laws, both in terms of maybe provision of funding for whatever capital projects and so on and so forth. So we have things that are such that as we go on, God willing, by the time the present administration state runs out like 8 years, it would have sunk into the people the benefits of accessing this facility and this procedure. Then it will be difficult, I will say in quote, for any next administration to slack back on that. So that's the idea. So there is need for policy consistency from one regime to the other, but primarily starting from the person acquiring that as a habit.
Okay.
So that's it. So it's sustainable.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to look at a cleaner tomorrow today.
It's okay.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been speaking on Eswama and a cleaner tomorrow today. And with us is Remy Amade, Head, Public Relations, Eswama, and Joshua Ozioko, Public Relations Officer, Eswama. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure speaking with you on this.
Thank you.
I was going to scale up the conversation. You told me you're on phase 1. We're heading to the phase 2, phase 3 of your operations. But before we get into that conversation, let me ask, what are the challenges with what you do? Are you encountering problems, or is all rosy so far?
I have said, I've mentioned few of the challenges.
Okay.
We are still battling with people getting to bag their waste.
Bagging.
Yes.
That's the major challenge.
That's one of the challenges.
Okay.
Secondly, we still have scavengers
Yes.
that go to waste bin. People that bag their waste, these people will go tear the bags because they are looking for PET bottles or cartons and all that. Is another challenge. Then we also have another set of people that when we site or locate a waste bin, they go there and shift it or move it around and keep it to another location. Is another challenge. And then those that refuse to pay their sanitation rates is another challenge on its own, because in Igbo adage, that's not miracle. So in as much as we are rolling out these measures to serve in the Enugu better, if you don't pay your sanitation rates, we are talking about sustainability here. So if you don't pay your sanitation rates, how do you think these measures will be sustained? So these are few of the challenges that we are encountering. But for the one of the scavengers, you may be aware there is a ban on scavenging in the Enugu state. So that is, anybody doing that is risking jail terms, because once you are arrested, you are facing the environmental court, and whatever the magistrate says, if it is 6 months imprisonment, if it is 1 year imprisonment, we just say bye-bye, and you are facing the jail term. So that is a ban already. So anybody, we often say this, our waste points are a no-go area. For any reason, the only business you have is to dispose your waste there, and you properly bag waste, not to carry your waste and pour it inside. No. If you are arrested, that is illegal waste disposal. So you must have to bag your waste, go to the waste bin, dispose it, and then you go. If you are seen around any summer waste bin, you are bringing the weight of the law upon yourself, because all our waste bins are declared no-go area henceforth, especially for scavengers, unless you want to dispose your waste. And please, when you dispose your waste, just leave. And then, because most times you move around, you see a particular waste bin, inside that waste bin is empty, but look at the surroundings, very unkept. People just carry their waste. You've gotten to the waste bin, instead of putting it inside, you are dropping it down. It is disturbing. It is creating more work for the evacuators. The time it will take them to sweep that surrounding, they will have covered 2, 3, 4, 5 other waste points. So if Ndi Enugu will help us in these areas, I think we will serve them better.
All right, you serve them better. Let's migrate a bit, but before we do that, I was going to issue around waste creation in this whole process. But before we do that, let's take a look at the press release.
Public service announcement. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the general public that this month's cleanup exercise will hold on Saturday, March 28, 2026, from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. During this period, there will be a strict restriction of movement for both people and vehicles, except for those on essential duties who must present valid means of identification or official ESWAMA pass. All early morning sporting activities in Enugu, including at Okpara Square, Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, UNEX Stadium, Liberty Stadium, Ngwo Park, and other commercial activities across the state, are to be suspended during the exercise. All the security agencies in Enugu State have been mandated to arrest any defaulter accordingly, while environmental courts will be on duty in ESWAMA office to prosecute defaulters. For inquiries, please call 081 355 34440. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director.
Now, moving back, when we started, you did speak to from waste to weight. And I suppose that's one of the phases that we're getting to in terms of a cleaner environment.
Yes.
But where are we at this spot?
We have gone some distance, some reasonable distance, in the sense that when you talk about waste wealth, you're talking about starting even from where you generate waste. You do what you call segregation. Segregation? Yes, of the waste. If you don't do it at the source of generating the waste, which is the best place to do it, like my colleague mentioned, we will do it ultimately at the collection site. We must segregate. It is actually a way of identifying what you have in the waste, in the cluster of the waste, classifying what they are, separating or dividing them, what some people call sorting, all right? And then, handling them in a way to be able to achieve the ultimate aim. That is to say, you reduce the wastes, you reuse the wastes, you recycle the wastes. Okay. That's it. So you are able in segregation, you are able to segregate and put different classes of wastes in different locations. So each one can be adapted to a purpose of either reusing, recycling, or reducing the waste. I will give you example. Even in the household, you have a situation where you have kitchen wastes, peels from banana, yam, plantain, all those other things. These are biodegradable wastes. All right. You also have waste from used sachet water. All right. You also have PET bottles and one from drinks and other things. If in the household you start that segregation in the household, you'll be able to ensure that, children, every person, when you finish drinking water from the PET bottle, this is where the bag where you put it. So people will put different things in different places. You don't model them up. So the person that now wants to sell PET bottles to those who are buying it for whatever use they are, because you know that when you go to the open market, our local palm oil that we buy there, it's from these bottles that they use in drinking water, isn't it? They simply clean it and use it to repackage palm oil. That is a reuse. It's a secondary usage. It works out there. It's not given free now, it's sold. So if you gather that on your own and it comes into a big bale, you can also sell it to the market women who sell groundnut oil, those who buy the big bulk and then package it in small packs of bottles. They buy it from you. You've made some money out of it. It's from waste to wealth. On the other hand, you also see a situation where those ones could be aggregated and sold to those who aggregate PET bottles for dispatch to the big time recyclers in big factories. Those ones are there. They are big factories. Instead of buying the plastic pails, which is very expensive when you import them, they can clean and cut these PET bottles into small pieces and then put them back to fire, and you have another bottle out, or other plastic materials. So these are recycling plants. So, and so on and so forth. For the organic waste, when they are gathered and it is strictly organic waste, fine. There are those who, even locally, who grow pigs in the piggery. There are those who grow other animals. They use your peeled yams, yam peel, all those other things. They use it to serve other goats on the other things. That is secondary use. They buy them. If you go to Gariki market, you will see things from either where they are processing chicken, others from where they are processing vegetables, and so on and so forth. People go to buy these things and use it for their farm animals. So that is waste to wealth. It's a question of putting on your thinking cap and organizing yourself, separating the waste and selling it to the person who needs it. Then, ultimately, when these gathered wastes, say for example the organic waste, they are used today for different purposes. You can send them to the biodigesters. We are aware that government is also planning to turn the 260 smart schools into a nucleus for those things. That is to say, you will have them that they use this organic waste from the environment to generate biodegradable biogas for cooking. There are locally designed biodigesters where you can put all those other materials and then they become gas that you, instead of going to buy cooking gas, you use them for cooking. There are also people who also use them, to produce some other products. So all I'm trying to say is that now we are also at advanced stage in discussing with some foreign companies who are interested. For the past 2-3 years, we didn't say, oh no, we'll remove waste from the public and then we'll start planning. No, we started from there to plan. And those people insisted we must have a measure, a means of aggregating and measuring what you are giving to us as feedstock for our factory. Because of that, the government supported us, and then we installed a weigh bridge at the site there, where you have a Ugunyama site. That's an electronic weight bridge there. You put there, every vehicle that goes there gets whatever you bring there gets weighed and it's recorded in the computer. So by now they have seen that on the average, this is what you're able to collect during rainy season, during dry season, over the months. And this is what is going to serve as feedstock to us. Then they can now upscale their factory. The factory is going to be scaled to match this level of feedstock. So it's also a preparation for that third aspect of turning waste into wealth. So as we are speaking, they are in final stage, and once they agree, they will come in. It's a PPP as project. They will come in, bring in their machines, build the factory. Probably the government will now give land and then give the feedstock. You see it? So that becomes another factory that will employ people, all right, that will also ultimately use what you call as waste. Eventually, whatever, at the end of the day, be it mud and other things that are not reusable, they will be used to clean the devastated erosion sites you have. If you look at the Unyama site, you will see that there's an area over hundreds of years that have turned into a very deep valley and wasted the entire land there. So gradually, all that, whatever is the ultimate waste, will be used to recover those places. If you go to Lagos, there are sites that I know where such happened, and they have built tough buildings there. close to Ojota Bridge, on the way to 7-Up. That's a site there.
Yes.
You know it. Thank you.
Yes, that's wonderful. Yes, I know this idea. That's really wonderful to behold how the environment was recovered. But I'm coming back to around regulations. I know you're passionate about the regulations and getting the environment clean. But let me ask, the environmental sanitation regulations that we have, do you think that is encompassing enough to see that your aim in terms of keeping Enugu State clean is achievable?
Yes, the regulations that we have on the ground, they are well enough to enable us achieve our aim. The only issue is that, when you want people to do the right thing, they will say, these people hate us, the government hates us, why are they doing this, why are they... But if there is no enforcement, people, they don't usually like to do things without being enforced to do it. So, but for the regulations, they are well enough. But we are bringing it out bit by bit. We don't want it to look as if we hate Indian Enugu. We don't hate Indian, in as much as we want to get it right. We want them to do it the right way. We will not want them to see that, no, this government, they are strict to this, because we know Esoma before now. Once Esoma's name was mentioned years back, everybody will be on the run. But that's not the kind of Esoma we want to operate. But we want to operate a friendly organization that a personnel, a staff of Esoma can come to your company, walk up to your marketplace, you discuss with the person without you being scared, without you being afraid of somebody trying to molest you or somebody trying to intimidate you or harass you. So, but when we have done our part and you feel we cannot dictate to you how to keep the environment clean, then we'll apply the law. Whatever the law is not a respecter of any person. So whatever the law says, if you are a defaulter, you are a defaulter, and then you are facing the law. But we are a friendly organization. Remember, initially I said Esoma have greatly changed. So it is no longer the Esoma of years back. This is a new Esoma, and we are a friendly organization. In as much as you want to maintain a cleaner environment, we also want to, there is a human face in everything that we do now. We don't harass people, we don't intimidate people, we don't look down on people. We maintain a cordial relationship with people because we are human beings, and then we like to maintain a friendly environment.
All right. I've been listening keenly to the conversation, and when I say the achievables, I am forced to ask, why do we then need to have sanitation exercise if Esoma is this active, moving from home to home? Why do we need to engage in monthly sanitation exercises?
If you come to a community and you say, okay, everybody on the next Eke Market Day, we are going to clean up our environment. It does not mean the community has not been cleaning. It does not mean the residents of that community has not been cleaning their environment. It simply means they want a structured clean-up exercise. They want an exercise that you don't have to go to your farm. You don't have to go to the market, will not be open. So everybody comes out in a particular time, on a particular date, and then we focus in a particular location and do the cleanup. It does not mean that we've not been doing our best or anyone has not been trying, but we said, okay, every last Saturday, let us come out, everybody stay back, instead of going to your workplace as early as 7 o'clock, 7:30 or thereabout. Just stay back, do a thorough cleanup exercise. You've been sweeping your compound from the first day of the month, and then this is the last Saturday. There are chairs in your houses that you need to take up. You may not have had time to do that because you are in a haste to rush out in the morning. There may be trees or grasses that you need to trim. You may not have had time to do this every other day because you are in a haste to go to work. So, but on this particular day, you have 3 hours that you can stay back, wash your drainage. There are some people I've noted it is only on cleanup day that they have time to wash their gutter, the drainage in their compound, to trim their grasses, cut the flowers. It's only on cleanup day because that 3 hours you cannot go anywhere. So you have been cleaning your environment, and some have been working. But on this day we say, stay back. Let us use these 3 hours to do a thorough cleanup exercise and enhance a cleaner environment.
All right. That's wonderful. But let me pander a bit to an issue that a lot of people raise, and I don't know if they approach you. The people feel that they shouldn't be paying for the services as woman renders, that it should be part of the benefits they should enjoy from their government.
Okay, so you know our people, we don't like paying for the services we enjoy. They will also tell you that life should be free. Water should be free. If everything is free, we won't value it. People don't value things they get very cheap or free. If you are walking on the road, somebody stops and gives you a bundle of money. You will not value that money. You did not suffer for it. You did not work for it. So you just see anything you want to buy. But if you went and carried block or mix cement and concrete and all that and get money, before you remove one kobo from it, you think twice. This thing I want to buy, if I don't buy it, will anything happen? So if our services are free, people will not, and they will not benefit. They will not make meaning out of it. They will say, am I paying for it? Is it not free? After all, it's government. Everything cannot be free. The water that you are enjoying cannot be free. The light you are enjoying cannot be free. If you are paying your house rent, you are buying the food that you eat. Because see, the tricycle that we are talking about, the government pays for it. Government needs money, right? So if you don't pay, this is internally generated revenue. So if you don't pay, you will not complement the effort of the government in getting these services done. So that is why people are paying. But how much are people paying? In one room, you are paying 2,000 naira for 1 year. It is basically nothing. 2,000 naira pay a single room for 1 year. So if you look at it, equate it with the services we are rendering, you are not paying for anything.
But the people default?
Of course, people default. There are so many residents, so many businesses. In fact, we are coming from the field. We want to see some persons that have refused to pay. Why have you not paid your sanitation rates? For 2-3 years you are owing. We are coming to your business to pick your waste. We are coming to your house to pick your waste. Yet you refuse to pay for 2-3 years. People are still defaulting, despite all the effort that we are putting in place. So that is the challenge that we are facing.
All right. As we close, obviously part of the issues we'll have is that of driving change in terms of awareness to let people know what you're doing, how they can participate. And I want to ask, because if one takes the fact that young people have a lot of influence now, do you have any program that care about, carrying the youth along to enable them drive the change that you desire?
Okay, so part of why we are here today is this enlightenment. We have programs, media programs in 5 radio stations. It runs every day of the week. We're on the radio. Like Mr. Remy said a while ago, we always have engagement with the people. We have engagement with the market leadership. We have engagement with the students from higher institutions. So these are avenues. We interact with people on our social media platforms. So we have so many avenues where we engage with the public, especially the youth.
All right, that's wonderful to know. But if I should, just for emphasis, ask again, if there is any habit you want people to change today, what would that be?
That is to stop throwing things out of a moving vehicle. That is to stop illegal waste disposal. That is to stop creating illegal waste dump. Don't create a waste dump. Don't look at a place, you look right and left and center, nobody is looking at you, dump your waste. By the time you dump it, go and come back, another person has joined you, and then you have an illegal waste dump. So don't create extra job for us. People do this, they say, don't we have extra money? They're not paying. After all, I'm paying. You are paying, but somebody, if you look at their trucks while they are moving, if they are passing, most times the environment changes, the smell changes. Now you can imagine someone is there packing all these things. Help these people. They are human beings like you, right? So don't create extra job for them. Package your waste, and then when you bag your waste, you won't have any foul smell. But when you expose your waste, that environment is contaminated. You cannot breathe in a good air.
All right. I was going to go into the closing phase, And but you raised another issue as you were speaking. Something came to my mind, and I have to ask because yesterday I was watching and I saw a staff of a woman who was on tricycle collecting beans and all that. And I meant to ask, do you have any special package in terms of their health care? You know, you talk about them breathing in a lot of airs from this waste. Do you have any package?
We have
in terms of
personal protective equipment
Okay.
for all our staff on the field. So if you see any of them and the person is not putting on, the person chooses not to. In fact, 2 days ago in the office, one of the riders came back not wearing his boots. My MD was like, why are you not putting on your boots? He said, I just removed it now. So they, all of them, they have personal protective equipment for their nose, for their hands, and for their legs, for their feet, and for their heads too. So this we have provided for them. And then they are well paid, they are well taken care of because we know the health hazards that they are facing out there on the field. So if you see any of them and the person is not putting it on, it's not that the office did not provide it. It is maybe out of a personal choice, the person has chosen not to put it on. But that is well taken care of. At the moment the person is being employed, the person is supplied with overall and other kits for protection.
All right, that's wonderful. As we wrap up, I want to know if there are any final thoughts you want to share with the people.
Okay, we have announced that there will be cleanup exercise on Saturday. We are well aware we've gotten so many calls that JAM will be writing mock exam that Saturday, and we will not prevent our children from writing their exams. We are discussing with the state government, their owners. We are also discussing with the JAM. So any latest developments will be communicated to the Enugu. So, but just know that we will not prevent any JAM candidates from taking part in the mock exam. However, the Enugu should keep their ears on the ground. If there is any counter notice, it will be duly communicated to them. But we will not prevent anybody from writing exams. But whether the cleanup is holding or it is not holding, let us maintain a cleaner environment. Like we say, you are not doing it for Eswama. It is for your own good. You are not living in my house. I am not living in yours. If your environment is dirty, my own environment is not dirty. If you are breathing in a contaminated air, I am not. So you should not bring in diseases to yourself. And then tomorrow you are crying, I don't have money. The little one you have to feed your family, you are using it to go and buy drugs, to go to your hospital to take care of yourselves. Why you could have avoided it. So let us maintain a cleaner environment, and then everybody will be happy at the end of the day.
A cleaner environment for everyone. Thank you very much, and that's the much we can take today on the Insight. And we've been speaking to Remi Amadi, Head Public Relations SWOMA, and Joshua Ozioko, Public Relations Officer SWOMA. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Nice, yes.
Thank you very much for the job you do.
Thank you so much.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke on our social media handles, YouTube, Facebook, and other handles as well. So we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Federal civil servants set March 31st ultimatum on unpaid allowances. Medical professionals protest at National Assembly over health sector bills. Details of the news. The Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council has issued a final ultimatum to the federal government over the non-payment of a 40% peculiar allowance due federal civil servants. Union leaders warned that a nationwide strike will commence if the allowance, part of the 70,000 naira national minimum wage, is not implemented by March 31st. The unions allege that the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission has stalled the process despite approvals transmitted by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Salary templates required to commence payments remain unreleased, prompting frustration among thousands of federal workers. In a letter signed by Chairman Benjamin Uyatome and Olowoyo Wenga, the council expressed exasperation at delays dating back to September 2025. The union stressed that patience has run out, warning of no retreat, no surrender if the government fails to issue the payment circulars by next Tuesday. The looming strike coincides with a severe cost of living crisis, rising inflation, and fuel subsidy removal. Experts warn that industrial action could paralyze essential government operations nationwide and derail the intended relief of the new minimum wage structure. Healthcare professionals from across Nigeria have converged on Abuja to protest the proposed health sector executive bills 2026. The demonstration, organized by the Joint Health Sector Unions (JOHESU) and the Assembly of Healthcare Professional Associations, is staged at Unity Fountain, Maitama, before marching to the National Complex. Union leaders described the protest as a historic existential struggle, asserting that the new bills could dismantle professional structures and jeopardize worker welfare. JOHESU National Secretary Martin Ebunabi emphasized that the mobilization aims to educate the public on potential threats to healthcare delivery. The unions representing medical and allied health workers nationwide argue that the bills favor select professionals groups while neglecting systemic issues, including chronic underfunding and inadequate infrastructure. They insist that priority should be given to resolving disputes over hazard allowances and salary discrepancies. Observers note that the protest emerges amid a healthcare system already strained by talent migration and equipment shortages. The National Assembly faces pressure to reconsider the legislation as health workers warn that unresolved grievances could trigger widespread hospital strikes. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has issued a stern warning to election stakeholders ahead of the 2026 Osun State governorship election. Resident Electoral Commissioner Dr. Mutiu Aboki emphasized that result tampering and external interference will not be tolerated. Dr. Aboki stated that every ad hoc staff member must sign a formal commitment to service. He warned that anyone found manipulating results will face arrest and prosecution in accordance with the law. INEC is taking a decentralized approach, engaging directly with transport unions, security agencies, and civil society groups at the local level. High-risk areas have been identified, and in the dedicated situation room will monitor real-time compliance on election day. The Commission assured the public that no candidate will be declared winner without a legitimate mandate from voters. Officials dismissed rumors of external interference and urged citizens to participate peacefully in the poll. UNICEF has urged media practitioners in Kano and Jigawa states to adopt ethical practices in reporting stories involving children. Speaking at the training session in Dutse, Field Office Chief Dr. Karanvia Singh emphasized that exposing identities or publishing graphic content can inflict lifelong trauma. Dr. Singh warned that pressuring children for reactions or using disturbing images for engagement constitutes secondary victimization. He stressed that children must be treated with special care, recognizing that they are not miniature adults. Journalists were encouraged to obtain consent and safeguard privacy, shifting the focus from sensationalism to responsible advocacy. UNICEF highlighted the role of media as a potential protective tool for vulnerable children rather than a source of harm. Officials noted that ethical reporting supports both child safety and public awareness, urging consistent compliance with international child protection standards across news coverage. Commissioner of Police, Enugu State Command, Mamman Bitrus Giwa, has directed officers to serve citizens professionally and never as masters. The warning was issued during the monthly strategic conference at the Senior Police Officers Mess, Abani Road, Enugu. CP Giwa relayed directives from Inspector General of Police Olatunji Ruwan Disu, cautioning against involvement in land disputes and duplication of investigations across formations, practices that waste manpower and compromise police credibility. The Commissioner also condemned unlawful detention and other unprofessional conduct, urging officers to remain disciplined, vigilant, and committed to proactive crime-fighting strategies. The conference was attended by Deputy and Assistant Commissioners, Area Commanders, PMF Commanding Officers, and the heads of Operational, Investigative, and Administrative Units. SP Daniel Ndukwe, MNIPR, MNSMA, Police Public Relations Officer, provided the statement. The Nigerian Army has asked the Federal High Court in Abuja to dismiss a lawsuit over a contested property in Apo district, describing the case as purely academic. The suit was filed by Professor John Ntuabane to clarify ownership rights involving a deceased retired major and a retired naval chief. The matter drew public attention following a confrontation between a naval officer and FCT minister Nyesom Wike over the residence. The army argues that the case lacks a live dispute and constitutes an abuse of court processes. Defense counsel Victor Giwa described the suit as speculative, urging the court to decline jurisdiction. He emphasized that the matter is theoretical, not requiring judicial intervention. The Abia State government has explained the circumstances surrounding the arrest of Staff Sergeant Aneke Simon, a Nigerian army personnel previously offered medical support by Governor Alex Oti. The arrest, connected to an alleged historical fraud, was executed by military authorities while due diligence requests from the state. Governor Oti's special advisor on media and publicity, Ferdinand Ekoma, stated that the offer of aid reflected a consistent policy of supporting security personnel in need. Prior interventions include sponsoring surgeries for soldiers and supporting families of deceased officers. Officials emphasized that humanitarian support does not circumvent investigations, reiterating that financial and medical aid is granted only after thorough verification. The government reaffirmed support for the Army's disciplinary measures, while committing to continued philanthropy efforts for personnel with genuine needs, maintaining a clear separation between compassion and investigative authority. The Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers has formally endorsed Governor Alex Oti for a second term in office, following a closed-door meeting with the governor's residents in Mvosi. Chairman Eze Dr. Linus Ntomba declared unanimous support for Oti's re-election in 2027. The monarchs commended the governor for achievements under the new Abia agenda, particularly in infrastructure and road construction. They noted that his administration accomplished more in less than 3 years than previous leaders did in full terms. Eze Ntomba emphasized that performance should determine tenure, citing Oti's transformative initiatives as justification for completing a full 8-year mandate. The council pledged to mobilize communities to support his re-election. Akwa Ibom State Chief George Ekaete Fabian F. Obot has authorized the release of 63 additional inmates from the UO Custodial Center, bringing the total freed this year to 100. The exercise addressed wrongful detention, missing files, and procedural lapses in prosecution. Among those released are 20 individuals with serious health conditions, including a pregnant woman and a man with tuberculosis. Specialized care arrangements have been made immediately for affected inmates. Justice F. Obot also corrected judicial errors, including duplicate convictions and wrongful arrests, while cautioning released inmates against recidivism. She criticized police practices that undermine the efficiency of the judicial system. Governor Abba Kaba Yusuf of Kano State has removed Shehu Wada Shagahi from his position as Commissioner for Investment, Commerce and Industry, effective immediately. The governor's spokesperson, Sunusi Bature Dawakintofa, confirmed that ministerial responsibilities will be handed over to the Director of Commerce. The rumor forms part of the administration's plan to restructure governance for improved performance and long-term development in Kano's economic sector. No successor has been named. Governor Yusuf acknowledged Sagagia's contribution to the state's political and religious landscape, including his support for small and medium enterprises. The statement wished him well in future endeavors. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal civil servants have given the federal government a March 31st deadline to pay pending peculiar allowances, warning of a nationwide strike if ignored. Healthcare workers are set to protest at the National Assembly today over controversial health sector executive bills 2026. citing potential risks to professional structures and worker welfare. We continue with the rest of the story after this timeout.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Hundreds of protesters from the Plateau Youth Coalition and Northern Zone ethnic nationalities stormed the government house in Jos on Wednesday. Demonstrators demanded an immediate end to recurring violence following a Tuesday night attack on Rim Village, Riom local government area, which left 2 people dead and several others injured. Protesters expressed fears that even security personnel are vulnerable to ambushes and called for the establishment of state police. They warned that displaced terrorists from the northeast and northwest are relocating to Plateau. Intensifying the security threat, the protests coincided with the launch of a new peace roadmap aimed at resolving long-standing farmer-herder conflicts. The initiative, supported by the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law and the UK Department for International Development, emphasizes localized research and communication strategies to manage land disputes and strengthen community resilience. Despite the launch, tensions remain high as demonstrators pledged to return on Monday to confront Governor Caleb Mumfwang directly. Leaders stressed that women and children can no longer freely farm or move in affected areas, highlighting the urgent need for immediate security interventions. The Cross River State government has launched a major initiative to address funding gaps in the water, sanitation and hygiene sector. Commissioner for Water Resources Basi Mensah stated that Wednesday in Calabar that over 200 water seams, including projects worth over $1 billion, remain underutilized due to high maintenance costs and unreliable power. To revitalize these facilities, the state will partner with development banks and private financial institutions to convert boreholes and water systems to solar power technology, ensuring sustainable access for rural and urban communities. The strategy prioritizes reliability and long-term maintenance. A key component focuses on gender-inclusive structure with female schools prioritized in the solar conversion rollout. The plan aims to improve health, hygiene, and student attendance while organizing existing investments rather than constructing new facilities. Financial experts and private partners, including a Congo Microfinance Bank, support the move, emphasizing market-driven models. Local stakeholders and service providers will actively maintain the systems, ensuring water access remains uninterrupted beyond the initial solar installations. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed Lagos State's commitment to developing Africa's gaming industry. Speaking through Secretary to the State Government, Bimbo Salu Hundeyin at the 2026 African Gaming Expo, he described the sector as evolving from informal operations to a regulated, investor-friendly ecosystem integrated with fintech, digital finance, and sports development. The state government is strengthening regulatory frameworks to boost investor confidence and ensure responsible management. Officials noted that the structured gaming industry can generate youth employment and contribute significantly to public revenue. Industry leaders, including representatives from the Lagos State Lottery and Gaming Authority and Mabat Global Launchpad, emphasized the need for strategic expansion and understanding of foreign markets to scale African gaming globally. Abia State has banned local government teams from playing home fixtures during the state finals of the Abia Soccer Fest. The decision, announced during the fixture unveiling in Umuahia on Wednesday, aims to eliminate home field advantage and ensure fairness in the competition. The tournament has already uncovered 60 young talents during preliminary rounds. Commissioners Ozo Mwachukwu and Mobilo Ananaba highlighted the event's role in bridging local talent to professional careers in the Nigerian Professional Football League and European leagues. Deputy Governor Ikechukwu Emetu, representing Governor Alex Oti, urged athletes to leverage the platform to develop skills, avoid social biases, and transform into national sports icon. Still in sports, Doma United has secured promotion back to the Nigerian Premier Football League after defeating the mighty Jets 2-0 at Pantami Stadium on Wednesday. The Gombe-based Savannah Tigers clinched the first promotion spot this year following relegation in the 2023-2024 season. The team accumulated 26 points from 13 matches, mathematically winning the Conference C of the Nigerian National League with games to spare. Their dominance demonstrates a swift recovery and strong tactical execution. Club officials and fans celebrate the return to top-flight football, highlighting the club's resilience and commitment to youth development. With only 3 promotion tickets remaining, the rest of the league faces intense competition as teams aim to join Doma United in the NPFL for the 2026 season. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Ruby Ojiako and filmmaker husband Mark Mado has welcomed their first child, a son named Lotana Haziel Mado. The couple shared the news on social media with a video introducing their newborn and expressing gratitude for a perfect gift. The child arrives a year after their high-profile wedding in May 2024. Ruby documented parts of her journey, including a gender reveal party and charitable hospital visits for new mothers. Fans and industry colleagues have congratulated the couple, celebrating their milestone in Nollywood celebrity cycles. The birth marks a significant personal and professional milestone, with Ruby continuing to balance her acting career and public engagement alongside her new role as a mother. Now still in entertainment, skitmaker Cute Abiola has sparked a social media discussion by jokingly questioning actor Itele's acquisition of his second mansion in Lekki. Abiola suggested that external support rather than YouTube revenue alone may have contributed to the purchase, citing Itele's 150 million views as insufficient to fund such property. The playful banter highlights the growing influence of digital content creators in Nollywood and on social media platforms. Itele recently made history with his movie Colosso, becoming the first African title to reach 100 million views on YouTube. His rise from local entrepreneurship to digital stardom demonstrates sustained audience engagement and market growth. Despite the jest, industry observers continue to recognize Itele's professional achievements and strategic branding, reinforcing his status as one of Nigeria's most successful digital creators. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council has issued a final ultimatum to the federal government of Nigeria, demanding the implementation of the 40% peculiar allowance due to federal civil servants. The allowance forms part of the new 70,000 naira national minimum wage, but the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission has yet to release the salary templates, despite approvals from Dr. Folashade Yemi-Esan, head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Medical professionals under the Joint Health Sector Unions, JOHESU, and the Assembly of Healthcare Professional Associations are protesting today at Unity Fountain, Maitama, Abuja, before the march to the National Assembly Complex over the proposed Health Sector Executive Bills 2026. Martin Ebunobi, JOHESU National Secretary, described the protest as a historic existential struggle, warning that the bills could restructure professional roles and compromised worker welfare. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as far from way back, but we also have a rich contemporary history as in Igbo, interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in Alivo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Dummiri, in Duazo. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndummiri Nduazu, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndummiri Nduazu speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azu. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and us, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndummiri Nduazu, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dipe, madi biaru no kono nogo, jiri kambiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in Alibo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in Alibo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty, because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human, not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected, because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will be looking in the direction of the thief, even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal, knowing that everybody will suspect the thief. We all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. See, we shouldn't be discussing human rights. But the first thing I want to establish is, what is human rights? These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will banish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law even in Igbo land. Igbo to Igbo such, you had to run beyond an Igbo forest or big body of water if you kill someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, oh, that Okonkwo used to flog his wife in this all about, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. Why I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago because at some point I asked myself, these human rights were discussed, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the rich view of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family. The family had a duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right, it wasn't negotiable, whether known or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No, we had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered, we so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had almost a point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today our courts may decide to even say, on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as we cannot live in the air, that's why in those days, you wanted to say something important, you removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? But have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past. To respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I will also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. we call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights, all of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? If not, you may come to your village next to pull down strongholds, and sometimes you burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking hard questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that it's the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard, and then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is spying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where, or to choose not to worship anybody at all, or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I will tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated a report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought India Koromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Korakan and their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. In the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town. Naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in Ali? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons or persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose a cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, the career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria scatter, scatter Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes back place. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying this so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this operation something that's very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in a military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay heavy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So, we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where, on a regular, we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor? So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say sit on the floor. So sometimes actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened and they assume you are guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But as when you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a defined manner and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, and somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy or house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, this, you give the person the respect that was due to him. My dad would punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of that. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes I don't know if I respect people who are rich well because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But you just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employee you are fired. If you have the guts to say you're fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company and I used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that, this, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are smart as you, they will not be in your employment, they will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can't begin to interpret it for yourself. He says, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have two options. He said, either you sell your car and start using buses, or you will go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. He said, either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will go here and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them, but what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRBC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated. This person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman, with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother, because issues concerning land, packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stuff, and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer, but to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. To his brother. I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place by using my words to block your gates. That's how cruel people can be sometimes. So what are the worst abuses? The worst abuses we have by far, unfortunately, were the police, and security agencies. The cases are difficult to manage, and the cases are legion. The first one is monetization of services. Most people don't know it's abuse. So you go to a police station, you want to go and report a case, and they charge you money for reporting the case. You want to go and arrest the suspect, they charge you money for arresting the suspect. And you suggest, okay, I don't want to pay money for you to bring your vehicle. They say bring money for fuel. You say, okay, I have a car, let's go with my car. I say, no, we can't go with your car. You have to, okay, let me put fuel in your car. I say, oh God, you are difficult. That's not how we do it. Bring money for it. So you now decide, okay, I want to bring the money, make you know whatever for this matter. So you now ask the person, how much will it cost you to buy fuel from, say, first CID annex? I'm now using a real case example, to MNN, and the person says 100,000. So you're wanting, is he driving a V12 vehicle that flies in the air or something. That the person looks in your face and says 100,000. In fact, there was a case we got involved in, and they asked 3 persons to pay 100,000 each for them to go and inspect the site of a dispute, which wasn't a police case, it was a land matter. But somebody took it to the police, I'll get to that. And they collected 300,000 from 3 persons who didn't know their rights to drive from Abani Road to Amen. Of course, our volunteer refused to pay, and they couldn't do anything about it. He said he won't pay. I have a car. If you want to join me, you join me. If you don't want to join me. And when they realized that he wasn't going to budge, they left him and said, no, they had any, so we just leave him. But that has paid, knowing fully well that one of them didn't pay. So that speaks to the state of the mind of the Onibo. We still have that assumption, so you submit to anything that they throw at you. There's the tendency of the police to do what is not their job, like debt recovery. Many of you here know stories of policemen being used to recover debt in business transactions. That is absolutely wrong and untenable. Anytime I say this in public space, people ask me questions like, so, what am I supposed to do? Going to court takes forever. So I said, no. See, my dad taught me some lessons. I'll share some of the lessons. If you do business, people will owe you. So you have to factor that into one of the things you have to deal with and follow due process. If you don't follow due process, you will pay. I'll quickly tell all of you who may be looking at me as if I'm from the moon that sometimes the oppressor can actually become the oppressed. The hunter can become the hunted. I'll quickly tell you the story of a policewoman who gave a loan to a church member. Church member couldn't pay the money. The money came with 1 million naira interest rate, I think, for 3 months. There was a transaction the woman was doing. The transaction didn't just go through. So she had to pay 2 million capital and 1 million interest. She neither had the capital nor the interest. And what happened? The policewoman arrested her and detained her without evidence of detention. You didn't get that. That is when you take a person to a police station, you document that you arrested Larry Ogbego and this is the offense he committed. They put her in a cell and there was no documentation. That's abduction. So when the family members go to the station and say, I'm looking for this person, they'll say there's no such person here because the person doesn't even appear in the records. And what was their position? They told the family members after some days, like 5 days, that if you bring the money, we'll release her. That was a simple instruction. Bring 3 million, we'll release her. If you don't bring 3 million, she doesn't go home. The brother came to our office, reported the matter to us. I didn't believe the story. But when we investigated, I asked one simple question. Was this transaction documented? Listen carefully. Because we learn a lesson from this story. In fact, many lessons. The brother said yes, that my sister said it was documented. Can I have a copy of the document? Yes. And when they brought the copy of the document, it was written clearly that a police officer gave a loan with interest to a friend and a church member. And because the friend couldn't pay, she was detained. I didn't talk about the loan. I didn't talk about the interest. I spoke about 2 things when we wrote our petition. One was abduction. It wasn't arrest because the family didn't even know. It was not officially recorded that she was arrested. But do you know the second case that was interesting? A police officer is not permitted to be a loan shark. She was a loan shark. When we followed up on the second petition, that same woman came back to appeal to the person she held for more than 2 weeks. Of course, they released her. The Deputy Commissioner of Police ordered her release. Immediately, he received the petition and the woman said, yes, I gave her a loan. But when he showed the woman the second petition that spoke to the fact that we are going to escalate the matter to Police Service Commission, because we are not supposed to be a loan shark. You are giving people loans without being registered for the purpose. You're a police officer, the only business you can do is agriculture. We put our cases in black and white against her. And that woman came to settle the matter. Sorry, but for the purpose of this issue of people understanding that we need to be careful about how we treat people we think are less important or vulnerable. This woman reported the matter to her pastor. That is when she was being harassed. The woman who was owing money. Because she was on the run and reported to the pastor. Pastor office that the policewoman arrested her. I verified that from the pastor. How did I meet the pastor? When the policewoman's job was being treated, guess who she ran to? the person. What went around just came around. Pastor.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
It is our utmost pleasure to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is an enlightenment program that has placed a check on the security of lives and property. It is also interested in our communities and our neighborhood to make sure that life is safe and property is also safe. You can join us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, and our YouTube at Aneke TV. That's where you know how magnificent we are with programs. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi, and our topic for today is on the neighborhood security. Yes, and permit me to introduce to you a special guest we have on the studio today. We have the Secretary General, Neighborhood Watch, Ubo Ezeji Center, Dr. Eric Ozomado. You're welcome, sir.
We are welcome. Viewers, you are welcome.
All right, sir. How good and easy do you find this work of security?
Actually, the work of security, as I can say, is very fantastic and good. Very, very good. Because without security, life will not be easy. They said, if you see something, say something. But we have challenges in this security of a thing. First one, coordination with locals and authorities. When we talk about locals, we are talking about the neighborhood themselves. When we talk about authorities, we are talking about the law enforcement, like the police and other agencies. So it's one of the challenges we usually have. Another one is vigilance and reporting suspicious individuals. It is not easy. When you see somebody you are suspecting, it's not easy to report that person because you yourself, your life is in danger. So there must be a way to report such so that your life and the life of the neighborhood members will be on check. Another one is balancing helpfulness with security in our neighborhood. These are the challenges. But of course, there are things that we can benefit. That is the ease, community engagement.
All right, permit me to bring you back to either one of the challenges or the things you can benefit. But let me put this question to you. This is a straight question. How much do you believe in this saying that the work of security is also the work of God?
Now, the work of security is work of God. Because the Bible says that if God is not in watch, then in vain are those that are watching. So God must be put in first. First and foremost, God is our watch. If we don't trust in Him, if we don't have Him at our heart, all that we are doing will be in vain.
Now, what is the procedure for becoming a member of Neighborhood Watch? Supposing one wants to become a member, or do you wake up one day and then you pick up the duty?
No. First of all, there is what we call expression of interest. You must have interest. Then the first port of call is to approach the leaders of the neighborhood. Do you understand?
What are the leaders?
The leaders are the authorities, like the police involved, or the executives of a neighborhood. Because in each neighborhood, you must have the chairman, the secretary, and the other ones. If you want to be a member, you must come through them then you first of all get your ID card through the leader being the person in charge, the coordinator. Like in Enugu State today, we have our coordinator as Ozombachi is in charge. He must be aware that you are coming in. Then you have to meet requirements. There must be requirements for your entry, like age, residency, and background checks. Like it must be of age. Now residency, anywhere you want to be a member of neighborhood, like in Ube's age, you must be resident there, so that we will know your background, whether you are a good person or you are not a good person. Another one, just like I have said, you must have to register, have your ID card. That ID card will always identify you as a neighborhood member. Then you'll be deployed. In this deployed, you'll be deployed to patrol, help in patrolling, to make sure that the members of the community sleep with their two eyes closed.
Okay, now as Neighborhood Watch, are you seeing yourselves as a full-fledged security agency, or you're just like a second-class security that's always depending on others to perform?
Actually, you know, this is a grassroots security. We work in collaboration with the police. So we work hand in hand with police. Because of the ID card we possess, we are being taken as member of the security. You know, security is not only one person.
What do you mean? What do you mean by grassroots security?
Grassroots security is that neighborhood, because the police people cannot be everywhere. They cannot be everywhere. We work in collaboration. If we see something, we say something. If we get any suspected individual, we call the police to come and take the matter. Because
the police is not grassroots.
No, police is grassroots, but we work in collaboration. Remember, I said we cannot be, police cannot be everywhere. So we work with them. Information is the most important thing. We give information, and the information, once you are nearer the people, you can get better information than the police that are there. That's what I mean.
Okay, now this Neighborhood Watch, are you operating under any ministry of the state?
Yes, Ministry of Human Development and Poverty Eradication. The ministry under the able, the commissioner, who is Professor Ekutosi Okoli Benedict, is the commissioner in charge of this ministry. We are working under that ministry. So the state government knows what we are doing in that neighborhood.
Okay, then when you were mentioning how you enroll or how one becomes a member of the neighborhood, I didn't hear you talk anything about training. Don't you receive any training at all?
No, training is part of it. Once you are enrolled, once you become a member, there must be training. The police, the security agents, they are the people that conduct this training in collaboration with the government, because there will be funding that will help to get equipment that will also help in the work of security.
Okay, this training, how long does it last? And I want to know the particular agency that trains you.
Now, the particular agency is that this ministry under the leadership of Mr. Otombachi. They are the people that train us, because they have gotten the prerequisites, they have gotten the power, that is the manpower, the skills that we need, because not everybody has that skill. Once you are enrolled, you will be trained, given the necessary skill to operate, because to be a security expert is not easy. It entails both psychological and philosophical mind for you to be in a better position to be a security agent. Because if you see a criminal, nobody is written criminal on the face. But there is a way we look at that person psychologically. You know that this person means something. And what you do is to report to the police, who has the necessary skills, the complete skills to find out what it takes.
Okay, you are a security agency, that is neighborhood.
Yeah, neighborhood.
And you mentioned that you are a security at the grassroots.
Yes.
Okay, I was thinking of you mentioning another bigger security agency that trained you, because corps members on camp, they are referred to as paramilitary. That is why the military trained them on camp. I'm asking of another security agency that's bigger, maybe, that trains you, for you to be able to perform.
Now, this police I've mentioned, the CDS, they also train. But I've not seen or met corps members training security people.
No, that's not what I mean.
Okay.
I said that the military train corps members on camp as paramilitary.
Okay.
But I'm thinking that another higher security agency will train you.
Civil defense, or the Nigeria NNWS, do you understand? As well, do train, because it's an NGO that as well could train us. When I mean by NNWS, it stands for Nigerian Neighborhood Watch Society. This is an NGO that also come in to train, will be security experts.
Okay, now, when you get this training, how long does it last?
In training?
Yes, for you to become a trained security officer.
Actually, this training is on the job training. You train every day. Assuming you are trained for 1 week, we know 1 week will not be enough. But as you work, you are being trained, because this work of security is a thing of experience. The more you stay there, the more experience you get. Because if you happen to come in contact with a suspected criminal, do you understand? As you unravel the circumstances, you'll be able to get the nitty-gritties that you will have to know or to work as a security person. So you work, you train on the work, you get experience on the work. As you work, you get experience.
Okay. So that tells me you come in to start work, and as you work, you get trained. Along the work.
Along the work.
Okay.
Because as you stumble into a problem, when the problem is being solved or along the line, you learn a lot.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me take you to another dimension. How much do you believe in this saying that security is everybody's business?
Really, I believe strongly, because wherever you are a security agent, because information is power as far as security work is concerned. Without information, you cannot know what is happening. So I believe strongly that everybody is concerned in what? In security. It's everybody's business. You cannot just keep quiet. Like if you are living in a flat or in a building, you are the person to report that this person, I am suspecting this person's character. Do you understand? Somebody outside, even the colonel in the army, cannot know. It's you that is living with that suspected individual that will know that there is a mixed character. From there can be unraveled. That is why we can say, and I believe, that security is everyone's business.
Okay, thank you so much. I pleaded with you before now that I'm going to bring you back to the duties of the neighborhood.
Okay.
Yes. So what are the duties of neighborhood watch as a security agency?
The duties of a neighborhood watch, first and foremost, is to work in collaboration with the community, in collaboration with the police. As a security agent or as a neighborhood watch member, you don't take law into your hands. If you suspect any person, the first port of call is to do what? To report to the police. It's one of the duties, to report to the police. Again, members of the community have to let them know that any suspicion should be alerted. You alert the neighborhood members, who will in turn alert the police, who take the matter up.
Okay, does it mean the neighborhood watch cannot take up the matter?
There are some the extent they can do that.
Considering the time the community will allow the neighborhood watch,
okay,
and the neighborhood watch in turn will allow the police before the police arrival.
Good. Now, the neighborhood watch, first of all, will arrest the person. Keep the person in the office, allow the police who will come and pick them up, or you carry the person to police. At least you have to reprimand the person and keep the person until the police comes. You don't detain more than so hours. There are limitations for your detention. You detain for the police to come and pick the person up. You have the duty you do. You have a work you do before the police comes.
Okay, you need to detain?
You can detain.
For how long? For how long?
As far as we are concerned, because we have not detained, we have not gotten to that extent, you can detain up to 2 hours and allow the police to come. If this thing happened in the night, they will stay with the neighborhood in their office until daybreak. Then police will come and pick them up, or you carry them to the neighborhood. In most cases, like the place I am living, you find out that there are time that these keke people are allowed to operate, but most of them do operate beyond that time, and at times you suspect them that they are agents of this criminal. What you do, of course, we got power from police, is to detain them and call the police to come and pick them, or we have the power to carry them to police.
Okay.
Yes.
Then how do you identify the suspicious activities of the criminals before you even report to the police?
Now, working against the time allotted to you, you are asked to, for instance, these keke people, you know, they are the people that carry those suspicious people. That is why I say that security, for you to be a good security man, you must be psychologically alert. When you look at somebody's face, the person's character at times is being written on the face, the physiognomy of that person. When you look at their face, you know that this person is not meaning good.
Is it part of the training you received?
That's part of the training.
Okay.
Do you understand? When you look at the person becomes a suspect. Until proven otherwise. So we receive such a training that at least, or the person's dressing, you know, the way you dress is the way you will be what? Addressed.
Can you be specific to the type of dressing you are talking about?
Now, when you dress well, people will respect you. In most cases, you can see when police flag car down or vehicle down, they look at you, the way you dress, they will first of all call you out and start searching you. Do you understand? Because I don't think somebody that means a genuine business can dress shabbily. So starting from the way you dress, you may be tracked down. Even though a criminal might dress very well.
Okay.
But the condition or the place you are caught can lure you into being searched, and along the line something else might be found. Because if you are found at an odd time, maybe in the night, you are not supposed to operate at this particular point in time, and you're operating, you will be searched.
You're saying that dressing is a serious issue.
Dressing, as far as I'm concerned, is a serious issue, and that's why one should know how to dress.
And that is when you dress shabbily, as you said.
When you dress shabbily, people will suspect you. You might be good, you might be innocent, but you will be suspected.
Is it not possible that some of these criminals will dress innocent and they will pass
that is the first thing I say, that some of them might dress very well.
And they will skate through.
And they will skate through. And that is again where the actual training comes in. Because when you look at that person, something must tell you that this person is not meaning good for this environment, and you start questioning the person. You start questioning the person. So there are various ways when you look at an individual that made you to suspect. Remember, suspecting somebody does not mean that that person is a victim or a criminal. But the only thing is that you are suspecting that person until that person is proved free
or guilty. Okay. Let's take it to the aspect of crime detection. What do you do to detect criminals?
That is what we are discussing.
Now, what do you do to prevent crime?
Okay. What one can do to prevent...
As neighborhood watch.
To prevent crime. One, because when you come to a neighborhood, there are black spots here and there. Do you understand? And most of the black spots are where they perpetuate this crime. You report to the police.
Black spots?
Black spots.
What do you mean by black spots?
What I mean by black spots is areas they perpetuate crime, like these people that sell this Igbo or marijuana or something like that. You know, in our present society today, is no more a crime because you see many of them in the streets smoking, selling.
Does it now declare it not being a crime?
It is a crime, but I don't know why all those people are being left.
Are they not part of the people you look for?
They are part of the people. The only thing, but the problem is this: if you report to the higher authority, they will carry the person today. Tomorrow you see the same person, and if that person found out that you are the person that reported, you are in trouble. Your life will be at stake. So at times you use your initiative.
You see them and you overlook them.
At times you overlook them, not confronting them. You don't actually overlook them, you don't confront them, but you report them and watch what will happen. You don't confront, because if you confront, that's where your life is in danger. One of the training is that when you see criminals like that in the black spots, you don't confront. Do you understand?
Okay.
There is a way you report to the authority above you.
Okay, and now say you don't also overlook.
No, how can you overlook?
Okay.
You are still working to eliminate that. It is not a day's job. It is a gradual process. Because most of those people that are doing that, they are not at their right senses. They are not doing that because they like it, but because of the societal problems. Because in the Igbo see that most of those people that are doing that is not that they like it, but because they don't know what next to do to make ends to meet or for them to feed their family.
Okay, you have identified the problem.
Yes.
That problem is that when you report them, they might be arrested today and tomorrow you see them. And it is a problem.
It's a problem.
What do you think should be done for that to come to an end?
Good. What should be done is that the authorities should sit up. And one of the problems we have is this corruption that has eaten deep in the fabric, because that person is left out of the hook because maybe the person has given out something.
Okay.
Do you understand? Once you give out something, what you say it is not my concern, you leave the person. Do you understand? They are looking for that person that they will now say this is the person that reported, because it is general that when you report somebody to higher authority, the same higher authority will tell that person, look at the person that reported you.
Are you serious?
I'm just telling you, these are things that make this job of security very difficult. Very, very difficult. One, you'll be saving your head. At the same time, you ought to do the work. You must do the work.
In all honesty.
In all honesty. In all honesty. If all hands are on deck, I think this issue of security will be very simple. Because for you to have a sound security in a neighborhood, information must be effective. Effective information is when information is given to you, you act, and that thing ends. So, all hands must be on deck. It is not a one-man show. That is why we say security is not one man's.
Okay, you've identified two areas of the challenges you face. One is the criminals and the activities, and the other is the higher security agent.
Higher security agent.
Because they are the problem.
Good. Another problem is funding. You find out that most of the this neighborhood watch are left with nothing to fend for themselves in terms of gadgets.
Okay. Permit me to bring you back to that other challenges and problems.
Okay.
Now, as neighborhood watch, how do you respond to emergencies promptly?
Good. When emergency comes, remember, you don't confront. When emergency comes, the first port of call is to save that community. Assuming there was an alert that criminals are operating in a particular environment, the first thing you do is to call other security men. There will be a collaboration. You collaborate with each other to do what? To go and subdue them. Because the most important thing is to safeguard the life of the community. So for emergency, you do what? You collaborate with others to surround them. Because I can, in most cases, like in Ubezage, where I stay, we have Ubezage Center, we have other branches. So if anything happens in this particular one, you alert your other securities in other neighborhood around, who will now come together, collaborate to face the challenge in emergency situation.
Okay, supposing something is happening or there is an emergency case in a part of the community where there is no neighborhood around, how would the community members contact the neighborhood watch members?
You know, they have nowadays that we are digitalized. They can call or send a message.
Okay, you have your contacts.
We have contacts.
With which someone can contact you.
Yes,
we have some of them.
Our contacts.
Okay, they have some of them to display now as we speak.
Oh, you mean the contacts?
Yes,
phone numbers.
That's what I'm saying. You have some to display now because communities members are watching as we are speaking.
Actually, I'm not handy with it, but I can display my own number of as the secretary, who is incidentally both the secretary and the PRO that can give out information as time calls. I have my own number that I use to display.
Yeah, roll out your own personal number because people of Ubezage may be listening to us.
My own personal number is 080 38 73 0015.
You will take that again.
I will take it again. 080 38 73 0015. If you call this number at any point in time, maybe midnight, we will use it to distribute. I will immediately call my CSO, of which the number is not immediately with me here as for me to display. I'll call my CSO. My CSO will call those in the field, and if it is the power is more to, they will do what? Call neighboring vigilante, neighboring security watch. Then they will now surround that particular place.
All right. I'm putting you now.
Yeah.
You are security at the grassroots.
Yes.
I like that so much. Yes. Because you are very close to the people.
To the people.
Very good. Then how do you also work with the traditional councils?
Good.
In those communities?
Like now, in Ugbezeji, we do have meetings because the people we call traditional councils in that community are the landlords. The landlords. We used to have meeting with them. Every of our communities, they are aware of how we operate. So, in Ugbezeji community today, these are the landlords. We collaborate with them and do our work. And again, the way we collaborate with them is that every landlord must know his or her tenant. What the tenant is doing for livelihood must know that. Any suspicious activity of any tenant, the landlord must report to the neighborhood.
Okay.
Or if the landlord fails to report, the landlord will face the music.
If anything happens.
If anything happens. And that is why we collaborate with them. They can never allow somebody that has a questionable character to live. And once you don't live within the neighborhood, it will be very hard for you to operate. Because before you come from outside to operate in another neighborhood that you don't know the terrain,
okay,
it will be very difficult. So in that instance, we collaborate with the landlords. We don't work in isolation. And that's why we are succeeding.
Okay, we also learned that you improve in your communication and then you pass safety tips to the community members. How do you succeed in doing that?
Good. Once you hear something, do you understand? If there is something that can endanger anybody's life, you have to circulate so that everybody should be at alert. Remember, initially you said that security is everybody's business. So we don't leave it in one person. Like in Ugbezeji today, most of the security men, they are working like say they are doing sacrifices to the people.
Okay.
Because the work they do, the token that are being given to them is not commensurate. Is not commensurate.
How do you know?
How I know is that I am part of this society. I know how much you spend every day. I know how much if you give to somebody that is safeguarding you, how that thing will take that person. So I know that what you give to them is just a token. And that's where we are calling on the government to come in.
Okay, what you call token now, is that not salary? Is that not salary?
If you call it salary,
it's not government that pays you.
No. Government don't come close. Like most of us that are under admin, remember I said as secretary, chairman, we are administrative officers. We don't get anything. What we do is we try as much as possible to get levies from tenants of the neighborhood and give to the field workers. Field workers are those people in the field. Do you understand? And it's very small money.
That's the token you're talking about.
That's the token. You can't call it salary because I know what salary means. Something that can at least take you up to half of a month. But this is something that you can put at the back of your pocket and use it to drink. They are doing it because
you can put them at the back of your pocket.
You want the life of the people. That is the most important thing. It is, most of them are doing that for passion.
But you mentioned that you are working under government ministry.
Yes, because this particular neighborhood, do you understand, they are the people supervising it. They are the people that gave us the mandate. They are the people that gave us the ID card. Do you understand? We are still working closely to know if there is a way government will come in fully. Coming in fully is trying to fund the neighborhood. If government comes in fully to fund the neighborhood, it will be better. Funding neighborhood, as in a bahaka achunketa. Do you understand? There must be something that will give you that encouragement to face a robber.
Okay, now do you handle rifles?
Not rifle, so to say. They are licensed licensed double barrel. Like in my neighborhood, we have only one, being used by five
men,
security guards. You know, it's not enough. And the other things, you need to have touchlights. You need to have button.
Okay, now I'll give you that opportunity once again. Okay. But I want you to take this question to you now as you feel.
Okay.
Are you working for government or working for the people?
And we are working for the people. You know, government, who is the government? Government is the people. Do you understand? Government is the people. Any enclave you are, any position you are, that position is government. That community is the government we are working for. Do you understand? They don't pay.
But whosoever that works deserves pay. That's what I'm saying.
That is exactly what is supposed to be. And that is where we are going today. We are trying to tell the government, please, if they want this work, if they want security, they shouldn't neglect neighborhood watch. Because if they look at security above without going below, they will miss it, because it is from the grassroots. Remember, democracy must start from the ward level.
Okay.
Come to local government before it will work. You cannot just neglect them and they think it will work. That grassroots neighborhood watch is exactly where government should look at, because every crime comes from the grassroots. They come from homes. They come from communities. If we tackle it from there, I think nipping it at the bud is the best thing. Not when that criminal has commercial internationalized. But if you nip it at the bud, I don't think, because when you chase them above, they will come down and hide. And if there is strong neighborhood at the grassroots, they will know where to go and hide. And I think security will be minimized to some extent.
Okay, all what you are doing today is to look for a way to attract the government attention for funding.
Good. I think if no other thing, that's where my mind is dragging us to. The way government should come in and help. Do you understand? Because you cannot be talking security without encouragement. Without encouragement. If government comes in today, I think things will be better.
Okay.
Things will be better.
Okay. Do you at some point, as you operate, I can understand you work in collaboration.
In collaboration.
You understand yourselves.
Yeah, of course.
That is why you are making progress.
Of course.
Okay. I understand at some point as you work, you do call a meeting of the community.
We do have meeting. That is why I said initially, as time goes on, we call the landlords that the community we have, the landlords and the tenants. We call general meeting. We tell them the areas of our difficulties. At times they help. Like some people do give donations that helps in purchasing these torchlights and other gadgets. Some people donate to supplement the levies we use to pay those people that are working, which is not commensurate.
I don't even know how fair you are with the levies, because that's more or less the only fund you have to.
That is the only fund. How fair is that? One, every tenant living in the neighborhood has specific money agreed upon to pay.
Okay.
It's an agreement. Like flat
to pay to the neighborhood.
To pay to the neighborhood that we use to safeguard them. a na-akpọ ya ụgwọ eji eche nche a na-akwụ ndị nche ụgwọ ogbe. So when we collect these levies, we are accountable to them. We are accountable to them. We operate bank accounts, of which at the end of the year we give them rundown how the money comes in. Of course, they know the number of people living. We have the number of people that are paying this money and how much they pay. That will quickly give us the clue of how much we generate in a month and how much you pay every month. Do you understand? Like the year that runs out now, because we started the last year, there was a problem along the line with the past regime.
What did you start last year? Okay, your tenure of office.
No, what happened is that
you said you started last year.
Yeah, last year, because we had a problem along the line of previous regime,
okay,
of which I myself is a member of that previous regime and still the secretary. Do you understand? So that previous regime, the chairman happens to be somebody that wants to work alone. Now you are working alone, you are not taking your executives along, they don't know what you are doing, and the secretary, I don't even know what is doing.
Okay, that by the way, yes. I'm thinking, or I want to ask you, are there other efforts you have made before now to maybe reach the government or tender your plight to the government?
Good.
Before now?
The government we know today is our director, Mr. Ozombachi. We work in collaboration with him. If we have problem, we go to him. He's the person that gives us direction of how we're operating. Do you understand?
Okay.
He's the person that gives us direction on how we operate. And we are working harmoniously with him. We don't have problem with him.
Okay, does he meet the government directly on your behalf?
Yes, he used to meet government on our behalf. And as time, in most cases, he used to tell us, you know, we believe that the advice he gives to us or the direction he gives to us must be the direction of the government, because governments should have their own way of doing things, and because he is the nearest person to us, that's the person we get information from, and because we are working harmoniously with him, there is no problem. Things are improving.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the responses you've got so far, the government is responding gradually.
And we hope they will come in fully. That is our prayer. That government should come in to fund neighborhood watch at the grassroots. That will make security more effective.
Okay. Then how do you target specific threats in your duties, and you still make sure there are no leakages in other areas?
Actually, you know, we are human beings. We cannot ignore, or we cannot say that we will have threats. Do you understand? How we target them is, if we notice any threat, do you understand, we quickly call ourselves together and envisage or try to look inwards on how to tackle that threat. At times we used to subdue it before it gets out of hands.
Okay.
So we used to collaborate with each other and work as a team to track it.
Okay, is it possible you mention the type of threat you've experienced?
Yeah, at times, many threats. In most cases, people at the checkpoint will report to us that these keke riders, at times they will come and carry the bamboo or the stick they use to checkmate. They throw it away. At times, fight with them, but in most cases I will tell them not to fight. Get the person arrested, because we have we were empowered to have a handcuff.
Okay.
Do you understand? There is another thing you can use to make the other person to be uneasy, and you handcuff the person and call police immediately. Court will normally tell them, don't take law into your hands. There are procedures for everything. If they fight you, don't fight them, just get them arrested. That is the power you have.
Okay, let's come to the aspect of the responses of the police now.
Okay.
Each time you call the police.
In most cases, that is another challenge we have. They don't respond positively. At times, they will say there is no transport, that we should bring them. And we take that pain to take that person to the police station. At times, that is why I say don't fight any suspected individual. Because at times, what the police will do, if you beat even somebody you caught in the act, stealing, if you beat that person sustained injury, if you take that person to the police will tell you, go and treat the person first.
Because you don't have to
because it is not fair.
Yes.
You don't have that right.
Even the police doesn't have the right to torture.
They torture.
Unless somebody resists arrest.
That's what they will call it. You resist arrest. So that is that. That's why we tell them, don't beat anybody. Get the person arrested and sent to the police. They know better how to treat criminals because they are trained in that field.
Okay, are you worried that most times when you call the police, they don't respond at the appropriate time?
At least I should be worried because you need that backing. If they don't back you, you'll be discouraged. They're supposed to, if you call them immediately, if they are not disposed, they will tell you the next line of action. But at times, you will not get positive response. And that's discouragement. It's a worry. It's a worry, so to say.
Okay, do you want to use this medium now to speak to the police briefly about that?
Yes. It is my candid opinion to tell our policemen that this neighborhood watch are working in collaboration. They are your partners in that process of eliminating crime. Whenever they are being called upon, there is what we call SOS, save our soul. They should, as a matter of fact, send urgent message, either that the person is being asked to be brought to the police post, or that they are coming to take that person if the gravity is high. If the neighborhood people or the neighborhood watch is getting such backing, support from police, things will be easier. At times you bring them there, you will turn to be a suspect instead of being a complainant. And in most cases, you will be afraid of taking anybody that place. If you report a criminal, the tendency will be that they, not all of them, will tell that suspect who reported. And in most cases at times, when you say such a thing, you keep quiet. You keep quiet.
Which is a problem.
Because you are saving your own head. So there must be orientation across board. There must be orientation across board.
Okay, with this now, would you say that the collaboration you have working with the police, is it as rigid as it should be?
So to say, like within our own neighborhood, they respond. They do respond because our agent, the person we have that work with them, is our CSO. Our CSO is giving us a green light that they are working harmoniously with the police, because he is the person, if anything happens in the field, to report to the DPO. They have a good channel of communication. DPO Ababa.
Okay, what happens if you decide to report to, say, an agency like Civil Defense, NSCDC, in cases like that? Must it be police?
It mustn't be police, but in that case, there are channels, there are procedures. Like if anything happens at Ubezage, you cannot go to area command. You cannot go to state CID.
Okay.
You must first of all report to Ababa police, the one near Nike Lake. Do you understand?
Okay.
It's from them that it will now move to another direction. If it is a criminal case, if there is this CDS people around, you can report them. Even if you report to them, they must tell you follow this channel. These are the particular or the place for you to report your complaints.
Okay, we have systematically examined your synergy, or you're working together with other security agencies. Let's bring it back to the community. Okay. You are grassroots security, and you are very close to the community. And I've learned that sometimes you call them meeting and sit down with them. How have they cooperated with you?
Okay. Initially, remember I told you, the community are very cooperative. They cooperate with us very well. I told you, most of them do donate. Most of them agree on our terms that they must interview tenants that comes to their house, because that is where we see.
I remember you mentioned
something like
landlords.
Landlords.
I am talking about everybody, member of the community.
General meeting. We do call general meeting.
Okay.
We do call general meeting where people will come and aid their views about how the security outfits are working. We do call meetings.
Okay, if there are other challenges you have not mentioned, you are free now.
Now, other challenges, they are not in isolation, because the most occurring one is funding.
Okay.
And backing. What I mean by backing, authority backing the security people. When you have backing, you will be stronger in what you are doing. Like if something happens, you alert the police and they come immediately for your rescue. If other members around saw the way they are responding, they will not emulate whatever transpires. Do you understand?
Okay.
So it's a challenge. Another challenge is working instruments, working tools.
Like what and what?
Like I've mentioned,
touchlight,
batten and other things that one can use. You can use catapult. You know, is a silence gun. You can use catapult. It's a silence gun. So those things, we need them. The government knows what and what that are needed for effective vigilance.
And government knows you are existing.
Yes, they know.
Working.
Well, we are registered.
Okay.
So they knows what we are still praying is for them to come fully and partner with the local vigilance, so that Enugu State will be a place when you come in, you sleep with your two eyes closed.
All right. I want you to systematically mention other hazards. Apart from the challenges you mentioned, the other hazards you experience as you discharge these duties of security.
Other hazards are bad people. Bad people. There are still people, when you operate, they will not allow you to rest. If you say, go to bed by 12 midnight, 12 midnight will be the time they will come out to do whatever they like. If you talk to them, they will fight you. Yes. We have bad people. So we are still praying that government should fully come in to help, to encourage, to back us. So that when we tell you stop, you stop. Because if you don't have a backup authority nobody will respect you. Authority is the only thing we know. Nobody will respect you. They have allowed us to buy this car, buy this. Do you understand? Have ID card. That is a good move from the government. People can use it to identify that you are a security personnel. Okay. And they respect you in that aspect. Because you cannot say you are a security personnel without ID card. That's the only thing that will distinguish you from ordinary people.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Eric Ozomado, the Secretary General Neighborhood Watch, Ubezeji Center. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having to be with you here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are rounding off. Okay. Avua, thank you so much for being there. It's been a nice time we shared together, discussing on the neighborhood security. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwameka Obasi. We are going to see you again.
Thank you very much.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I'm your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, yet many of the conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. Now let's turn our attention to an issue that affects millions of people, yet is often misunderstood. Today we are talking about the issues that affect not just our bodies, but our society. We'll be talking about something more painful than the virus itself: stigmatization of people living with HIV. In many communities, individuals diagnosed with HIV face rejection, discrimination, isolation, and shame, not because of what they have done, but because of misinformation and fear. But here's the truth. HIV is a medical condition, not a moral judgment. With proper treatment, people living with HIV can live long, healthy, and productive lives. So why are we still treating them differently? Stay with us as we examine how stigma harms individuals, families, and society, and what we can do to stop it.
Some people might carry the virus, they will not even be feeling bad, but when society know that they're with the virus and start treating them bad, start isolating them, it will make them feel bad and have low self-esteem.
I feel that those people now, people that have HIV, they suffer more because of how people treat them. Because when people tend or get to find out that this person is this person is a HIV patient, they now start, there's this fear and feeling and this isolation. They just want to distance themselves from the person, not even caring about whether the person is taking their medication properly. So that alone can even make the patient feel left out, feel like they don't matter again. Then instead of them fighting for their life, you see them, they now just want to die because no one is there to talk with them or associate with them. They are actually working towards it and also sending awareness to student nurses like us, like myself, telling us that we should get closer to them, but we should not make them notice that we don't want them or something, like we don't want to be affected, but showing care to them that they too matter and we are after improving their life? Well, I think they suffer more because of how the society treats them, because the virus is not a death sentence. It has a treatment, although there is no cure yet, but there is a treatment, and with proper treatment, they won't be able to suffer any symptoms. But when they tell other human beings that they have the virus, they see them in a certain way. There's this stigmatization that is projected towards them. They don't use the same plates they use. They try to avoid where they sit, and it's kind of weigh their mental health down. So it's actually is a big problem where people, how the society views them, and it weighs them more than the illness itself. First of all, as a student nurse, the first thing they teach us when it comes to knowledge of illness is health education, sensitization, which is done in the hospitals and some other social workplaces. So when someone knows the knowledge of an illness, it removes the other mindset or the false mindset they have about the illness, and it also helps them to gather more knowledge and also know the illness itself and know the preventive ways, also know the method of transferring to others. And they get to know that you don't get HIV through sharing the same plate with people. There are other ways you can get HIV. So it builds knowledge and helps others not to stigmatize. Okay, they're in different wards. They normally do health educations for patients, and they also make sure that the HIV patients adhere to their medications, which brings down the symptoms and leave the virus undetected for some time, as long as they adhere to their medications. They also advise support groups where HIV patients can come together, share opinions, discuss with each other.
I feel they suffer more because of how society treat them, because of the stigmatization. People with HIV, they can live for a very long time as far as they are taking their drugs when they are supposed to and how they are supposed to. But when their friends or relatives find out that they are suffering from HIV, they tend to shift from them. They don't like associating with them. They believe that if they are around them, if they breathe near them, that they are going to get infected. And that's just because they are of the illiteracy. They don't know about it. Nobody has taught them about it, so they are not able to understand it. Well, when someone with HIV finds out they have HIV and they are taking their drugs and they tell their friend that, look, I have HIV, the friend is going to shift from them. And then when you don't have someone in your corner, when all your friends have shifted from you, you become lonely. This will probably lead you to depression. And if the person might not even know that he or she is going into depression until it's too late. Next thing you know, that person have committed suicide, not because of the disease, but because there's no one there to be with them or support them.
Okay. So what advice would you give to both the society and the person?
The society needs to understand. There needs to be some sort of awareness to every other person that HIV is not something to run away from. It's not something that if you stay with that person for 5 hours that you contact it. People need to understand that people with HIV are also human beings, that their lives also matter. Some people didn't get it because they were living a wild life. Some people got it at birth. Some people didn't even know they had it until after some years. So that understand that they are human beings. They should teach them, educate them on the importance of being around. Like, you learn more from people with HIV itself than normal people because they've seen life, they've lived life, they understand your struggles mentally too because they are having those mental issues. Just they should keep trying. That they should know that there are people out there that understand their plight. They might not have the disease, but they understand what they are going through. So that they shouldn't try to beat themselves up because they got the disease, be it intentionally or not, or maybe because of their life. But they shouldn't try to live a terrible life. They shouldn't try to think of suicide or any way to end their life. They should just live their life happily. That person that will support them will always be there to support them.
In a society, I get to notice that they isolate themselves from the people that have HIV/AIDS because they are thinking maybe when associating with them, they can also get infected with HIV. But it's very, very wrong because it depresses those people with HIV/AIDS and it kills them most than the virus they are carrying. One advice I would give to the society is that they should stop isolating themselves from the HIV carrier, but also they should know how they relate with them in terms of anything, sharing any sub objects with them. That is why. And two is that they don't know tomorrow, because I got to know that some of them carrying those HIV is carrying those viral. They didn't get it maybe through sexual intercourse, or maybe they are doing social work or any other thing. Some of them may be from a mistake from someone else. They don't even know. Understand? So I advise you, because you don't know where you will fall tomorrow. So isolating yourself is not good. Making them to die before the sickness will kill them is very, very wrong. So I encourage the society to accept them, treat them well, make them feel the sense of belonging. They belong to that society. Stop isolating them. One is that they should live a healthy lifestyle from henceforth, eat good nutritional food, because it will make them to be healthy, and also take their drugs judiciously, and also go to the appointment whenever it is due for them to come for appointment. They should go there and visit the doctors. And also again, whenever they are fall sick, maybe malaria, or they feel somehow, they should not just wait and start doing another thing. They should just rush to the hospital and stop getting advice from their neighbor that is not a health professional.
I think they suffer more because of how society treat them, not because of the virus. Because the stigmatization kills before the virus. By the time you are being diagnosed of HIV, and people around you, number one, it starts with our various families in our various homes. You will see people telling people to sever ties with you, to stay away from you, so that they will not contact the virus. And by so doing, the whole thing will start affecting you. And you start depreciating because of the sleepless nights, and because of the worry that you might soon be gone. I think we need more sensitization in the society. They need more sensitization to let them know, most especially at the grassroots, to let them know that HIV cannot be contacted by shaking of hands or hugging your loved ones. No. It is being contacted through sharp objects, not through maybe lying down on the same bed or using the same bedspread. No, HIV is being contacted through blood, not through body contact or whatever. The encouragement I have to give to them is, number one, for them to try and take their drugs. Number two, for them to live their normal life. There is nothing there. I even heard, I am not a doctor, but from what I've seen, I've experienced, I know someone that has HIV. After taking the drugs for a very long time, she went back and she was diagnosed, there was no longer HIV. So I want to really encourage them to try and do their blood counts, all those their tests and everything, to take their drugs regularly and live their normal life. You must not really tell somebody that I have HIV. You understand? No, it is not. Even if you heard them discussing it that you have HIV. HIV is just like a young girl being pregnant at the age of 13 years. You know anywhere you get to, you see people talking about it. People making mockery of you and all that. And at the end of the day, when you live your normal life and let it be, the whole thing will just go away like that, and that will come to the end of it.
Majority of the issue there is how the society treats it. It's not about the person carrying the virus. It's about how the virus is being taken care of. Because I know outside the country, someone carrying HIV looks more healthier than the person not carrying it. But because they are under drug, they are under supervision, they take good care of them. But here, everything is costly. Even the basic amenities, which is food, is an issue, let alone having money to buy drug. They should care for them, because I don't know about the shutting down of the free drug they gave to them, but I know if they provide quality drug, tell them the way to take the drug, as in tell them things on how to look and keep healthy. I think it will be a more, what word will I even use, Seth? It will improve the situation. You are carrying the virus doesn't mean that you have come to the end of the road. Most people carrying this virus doesn't actually mean they had a sexual intercourse. Most of them must be from a prick Do you get? So you wouldn't want to stigmatize someone that didn't even know that, okay, by getting caught, you can actually get it. But they shouldn't think that it is the end of the road. I've seen someone that have lived up to 10 to 15 years carrying the virus and they are looking healthy. Everything is just taking your drug and keeping everything under check. You are good to go.
Welcome back. Joining us with expert knowledge and informed opinion on this subject is a human rights activist, Mr. Ubon Obak.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, sir. You said you're a human rights activist.
Yes.
Now, over the years, according to medical advancement, it has proven that HIV is a condition that is manageable. But besides this progress, stigmatization and discrimination has become a serious challenge in the society. So from your professional experience, why does HIV-related stigma still exist despite decades of awareness, campaign, and education?
Okay, to respond to that question, I think the first point of attack on that question would be informing persons about the prior information that was out there about the virus. There were informations out there that made people feel that, oh, if you come in contact with somebody who has the virus, you automatically contact the virus as well, which is a very, very bad move, because the first point of addressing such issues, it's not as if there is no grassroots sensitization, there are no awareness, there are no campaigns that are being carried out, but the media narrative before now of the said virus has been deposited in the minds of people for a rather long period. So people have refused to let go of the, should I call it, the primitive, archaic way of thinking. They still feel that, oh, because somebody has HIV, maybe if the person touches you through the sweat or something, you might contact it. But there is a need for deep root addressing of the issue. And once we are able to do that, there will be a very, very low issue when it comes to stigmatization and discrimination.
Okay, so are you trying to say that there is awareness, but there is this ignorance that people doesn't want to adhere to those awareness?
Yes. There is awareness, but people have chosen to stick with what they believe, with what they want to do, which is very, very bad. And then you find out that most times it's not just older people. You find out that even the younger ones coming up, based off what they are being told at homes, based off the kind of attitudes they see being displayed by the adults, they feel that's the normal thing to be done towards these people who are living with these viruses.
Okay. So as a human rights activist, what do you think is the reason for this ignorance?
Like I earlier said, I think it starts with the fact that most persons were not properly informed on the issue. So that's where we are now looking at the grassroots sensitization.
Okay, you feel like we are informed but not properly.
Yes, not properly informed. There is that information, but the breaking down of the information to people's level of understanding and reasoning, it's something that is still lacking. Because let's talk, for example, you go into the very rural communities, you're not going to use the English language to explain things to these people. They might not be very adept in understanding the English language. So you have to make sure that you speak to them in a language that they rather understand. Use maybe some signs or some symbols or some materials to explain some certain things to them. So that's the first point of addressing the issue of stigmatization and discrimination.
Okay, now you said they are informed but not properly, and still they ignore this information, though not properly. So who are we to blame in this aspect?
We are not throwing blames at anybody at all. We are not going to throw blames.
So who needs to put more work?
Yes, everybody needs to put in more work, and that's where the media houses also comes in. The way they present the issues to people, the way they address the issues, the informations they pass out, the level of content that they also produce to show people, because people don't just listen alone, but what they see also matters to them. I believe that people register faster what they see than what they hear. It takes rather longer to the mind. So if we can have a better representation of information that disregards stigmatization and kicks against the discrimination, it would make people better understand why they should treat people living with the virus better, considering the fact that being in close proximity with them does not get them to contact the virus.
Okay. Now, there's a lot of cultural beliefs that forces the stigma. The stigma of HIV. Everybody discriminates themselves due to I find you, for instance, I see that, or I hear that you are infected with HIV. So I tend to discriminate because of my cultural belief. So how much of stigma is derived from cultural belief versus fear of infection?
There is a lot that has to do with cultural norms,
Okay.
beliefs. Yes, there is a lot because people are first born into families. When you're born into the world, you are first being notified about who you are, what tribe you belong to, what you should rather fight for and what you shouldn't fight for. So you see, the first point of education has to do with the family. Let's be very honest. The family happens to be the first point of education before a child is even sent to school. So what the family teaches the child matters a lot. Now, let's not forget that children, when they're being sent to schools, they spend most of their time in schools away from their families. So what are in the curriculums that are being taught in schools? What are the teachers saying? How are they teaching this? Are they teaching it in such a way that they make these children, right at a tender age, understand that you rather love people living with HIV rather than hate them? Now, there is this narrative that anybody who, okay, let me not just say it's a narrative. Most people feel that anybody who has the virus had it through sexual activities, which is very wrong, because HIV can be gotten through numerous ways. We have sharing of sharp objects. If a mother who is pregnant with a child who is HIV positive gives birth to that child without proper medical care, the child automatically gets infected through the virus. Or if an HIV positive mother breastfeeds a child, that happens. This is where science comes into play. So what are the knowledge being passed down by teachers to these children, to the pupil, to the students? Are they teaching it with the concept of love, rather draw these people in, accept them for who they are, knowing that these diseases are rather manageable and it's not a death sentence, like you said? Or are they teaching it from the aspect of hate? Oh, you better avoid sex so that you don't get contact with HIV. If you come in contact with HIV, that's your own, or is your case. That's the end of your life. So you see the notion that comes with teaching, away from the belief, the cultures, the norms from families. What are the schools also teaching?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so with what you said, I'd like to understand the virus and the society, who add more to the suffering of this patients?
The society that keeps stigmatizing and discriminating against people living with HIV.
Okay, they
not
add
the
more.
virus.
They add more.
Yes.
Okay.
Not the virus.
Please.
Yes,
elaborate
because
more.
if you have HIV, if you have the virus, with proper care, with proper medication, if you stick to your medications as being prescribed to you, it's very easy for you to live a normal life. It's very easy for you to go about your daily activities. You're not restricted. You sleep normally. You wake up, go to work. You play. You jog. You exercise. It's a normal thing for you to do. But where people suffer stigmatization, discrimination, it's a thing of the mind. So you know that somebody hates you, you know that somebody does not want to come in close proximity with you. No man is an island. So imagine people not relating with you, people not coming close to you. It's enough to make you feel sad. You slid into depression, you find out that people become suicidal, and they take their lives, which is very, very bad. But let's take, for example, somebody who happens to suffer malaria, or let's say cancer. You see all of the love and the care that they get. Honestly, that spans their life. That gives them a reason to, let me keep fighting, let me keep living, just to see if I can overcome this issue. But somebody living with HIV, once they face that discrimination as matter, once there is that abandonment, they would never or wouldn't want to see a reason to continue life.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is that, the way you just said, the thing is that a lot of people don't know that we can also get affected with other diseases, just the way we get affected with HIV.
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on. Do you think that social rejection affects the mental well-being of patients and their adherence to treatment?
Yes. Social rejection causes that a lot too.
Okay.
Social rejection, because our first point of contact, like I said, is the family. So if your family is not accepting of you, let's be honest, if you have a family that's ever welcoming of you, accepting of you, no matter what is going on, there is that tendency that, you will not even be bothered about what other people are saying. But where the rejection is first-hand coming from the family, your immediate family or your extended family, your siblings, uncles, aunts, or whatever, it's enough for you to believe that you don't matter in this life anymore. And once you have that mentality that you don't matter in this life anymore, nothing interests you. You're looking for all possible means to just exit the earth. You feel like there is so much peace in being dead.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Are certain groups more affected by this stigmatization than others?
Certain groups, yes, there are certain groups that are being affected by stigmatization and discrimination. This is because of who they are when it comes to biological factors. Let's say, for example, women. We have a group called the marginalized group. We just have the should I say the umbrella word for all of them. People who are less attended to because of their biological factors, or because of their sexual orientations, or because of who they identify as, or whatever is they are believing. So we have people who suffer more discrimination, more stigmatization. You find out like the society has a way that they expect you to live your life. So if you don't live your life in that aspect, then obviously you're bound to be discriminated against. Oh, you're not doing what we are saying that you should do. You think you know better. You think you're charting another course for your life. So if you now happen to come in contact with the virus, that's another level of its own entirely. Yeah.
Okay. So can stigma actually worsen health outcomes beyond the virus itself?
Yes. Stigma can worsen the outcome of the virus beyond the virus itself.
Beyond the virus.
Yes,
itself.
beyond the virus itself. Because let's take instances where you go to the hospital and the doctor prescribes a medication for you. You find out that doctors will prescribe medications with you, and then will add, you need rest. You need enough rest. You need to sleep. You need to maybe improve on your diet. You need to maybe exercise more. These are also factors that will enable improvement of your health. So imagine somebody who is HIV positive, who has been prescribed the medications, taking his medications, but there is no peace of mind. There is that constant worry, there is that constant anxiety due to pressures from people around him, due to stigmatization, due to discrimination, and what have you. It affects his mental health. And you find out that instead of his health improving, it's deteriorating. Not because the drug is not taking effect in his system, but because his mind is onto something else that is not allowing him think about himself, take care of himself. And when you find yourself worrying and being anxious every now and then, you may not sleep. You deprive yourself of sleep. You deprive yourself of better rest. And that affects your system. That can shut you down. And once that shuts down, people now feel, oh, it's because of the virus. That's why the person happened to, die. Forgetting that there are other underlying conditions, other factors, kidney failure, or maybe just other medical conditions that if not properly checked, you wouldn't know that it was there. Hypertension, high blood pressure, low blood pressure, all those things also matters because of the worry and the anxiety. Yes.
No, we're going to break now. Don't go anywhere.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
And you're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. And we are still discussing on stigmatization of people living with HIV with our guest today, the human rights activist, Mr. Ubon Ubak. As we were saying, we are talking about stigmatization and how the society adds to the whole stigmatization issue. So we'd like to ask, as a human rights activist, what have you added, or how have you created an awareness to be able to minimize this stigmatization?
Okay, there have been varying measures and strategies we have put in place to carry out the minimization when it comes to the stigmatization of individuals living with HIV. One of the most important strategies, measures we put in place is to consistently engage at the grassroots level. When it comes to the constant engagement at the grassroots level, we are talking about sensitization of people at the grassroots level, improving on awareness campaigns, letting them understand that HIV, having the HIV virus is not a death sentence. It's very, very manageable. Once you consistently take your medications as prescribed to you, it's very easy for you to lead a normal life. And then if you happen to know of someone who is living with HIV, it doesn't mean that you having to hold hands with that person, shake that person, embrace that person. It doesn't mean that you're going to contact the virus. There are other ways you can contact the virus. So we are, first of all, trying to change the narrative, what people have already thought before now, by letting them better understand ways you can contact the virus and ways you cannot contact the virus.
Okay.
And once we are done with that, we also try as much as possible to engage with the younger community by holding free HIV testing services for them, and then we provide counseling services for them, pre-counseling services before they are tested. If you're tested and your result comes out negative, we still engage you in a post-counseling service. If you're tested and your result comes out positive, we further link you to care, making you understand that, oh, it's not the end of your life. These are ways you can better take care of yourself. This is how you can better handle yourself. This is how you can better share information about this. You let people know. And then people need to understand that once you have the HIV virus, it doesn't automatically mean that you have to go around start telling people that, oh, you're HIV positive. No. The first thing you need to do for yourself is understand that it's not the end of life. And the second thing you need to do for the society is adhering strictly to the medical prescription, the medications you're being prescribed for, and then try as much as possible not to share this virus. Because you find out that people who have the virus will say, oh, since I was given to you by someone, or because of whatever happened, I'll make sure I distribute it to every other person. It does not help matters in any way. So we try to make people understand that you can help the society by limiting the prevalence of the virus amongst young persons.
Okay. So I would like to ask, don't you think that HIV awareness campaigns and education should be something that should be done steadily? Because we don't really see it as that much of a big of deal, because we feel like there's no cure, but there is a prescription for it. But it normally comes once in a year. So what if this person, or there's a patient who has HIV, and before that time the person dies, and a lot of people, instead of being aware that this is not a death sentence, this is something that you can take your drugs on, but due to that stigmatization of people who discriminate, whoever it is, people will start discriminating the person, and the person tends to just stay in his or her shell due to fear and discrimination. So what I want to ask is, don't you think there should be a steady awareness campaign, a steady awareness education to people, both people who has HIV and people who don't?
Yeah, it's just like you said, that there should be a need for steady awareness campaign. I actually stand with you when it comes to that, because celebrating and creating awareness about the virus on a particular day of the month alone is not enough. But let's not forget that awareness and celebration on a particular day of the month actually is a worldwide event. You understand? But it is now left for people at their different organizations, businesses, offices, or companies to continuously educate people on the need to be aware about their health status first. Know your status. That is why when we go around sensitizing people, creating that awareness for people, we let them understand that you are supposed to carry out an HIV testing every 3 months. This helps you know your status, because you might not know when or where exactly. You just think it's just a sexual intercourse, but I can bet you that 70% of men who go to the barbing salon do not go with their clippers. And a clipper is a sharp object.
True.
We have women who fix their hair. We have women who do manicures and pedicures. They don't go with their own utensils. It is being shared. So you never know who is the next person that has the virus. So like we already know HIV is not written on the face. You can never tell. So you owe yourself that service to know your status every 3 months. Because you've known that you're negative now does not mean that it's the end for it. No, keep going at it. So far as you do not know how you're leading your life most times. It's not just about having multiple sexual partners. No, there are other factors inclusive of it, which is the sharing of the sharp object. So we also sensitize people by letting them know that you need to test yourself every 3 months. There are facilities you can carry out this test. There are hospitals that are even providing HIV services. There are community-based organizations. There are civil service organizations, societies that carry out these activities. It's just for you to ask questions to know which one is closest to you, and then you can get those services, and it's free of charge. To be honest with you, yes.
Wow. So I agree with you on what you just said, because it's important. Because now in our society we don't really know what HIV means, because we just feel like the physical touch, the closeness. Lately I hear that you have HIV. There's this inner fear.
Yes.
Oh, I can just get affected by staying close to you, and this discrimination has affected us. But we'd like to know what are the hidden consequences of discrimination, the discrimination most people don't know about.
Hidden consequences of discrimination, I would say the first point is the fact that we never really know who people are. I'm sitting here, you're sitting there, you might not know what I would achieve the next minute, the next hour, or whatever. So you find out that discriminating against people living with HIV could actually make you lose a lot. Let's take, for example, if you happen to have somebody who is the breadwinner of a family become positive, are you telling me that you're going to throw the person out? How are you going to survive? let's be sincere. How would you survive?
You don't even know if you have
exactly. How would you feed? So people have potentials, and having HIV does not limit anyone's potential. Like I keep emphasizing, so far as you're taking your medications the way you're being prescribed to take them, you live a normal life. You lead a normal life. You go about your daily activities, and you are not truncated. Now, the hidden consequences, like you have asked, of people discriminating against people living with HIV. When you discriminate against somebody living with HIV, let's look at the Nigerian mentality, the society. You don't know who is going to help you. We have this notion in Nigeria, nobody knows tomorrow. That's why you have people save people's numbers, keep those contacts for a very long time. So imagine somebody who was supposed to help you with that loan, or help you with that business idea, or help you push whatever you needed to push, and then you get to discover that, oh, this person is living with HIV, and you start throwing that discriminatory remarks, start stigmatizing against the person, and you discover that in the long run, this is the only person that can help you. How do you save the face to go back to that person to plead, knowing the kind of harm you've done to that person?
True.
So there are a lot of hidden consequences which might not be out there, but would definitely show up in the long run.
Okay. So moving on, you said something about the family should begin with the education
yes,
and awareness.
Yes.
So I'd like to ask, what role do families play in either supporting or isolating the HIV patients?
They play a very, very vital role. They play a very vital role. I'm going to come from the angle of sex education. You find out that a lot of parents do not know how to hold that conversations with their children. They feel it's a very bad topic to have with a child. Forgetting that educating a child on certain things would rather help that child know how to navigate life, know when to and when not to, what to do and what not to do. So that's the same case when it comes to HIV. Once you let a child know that, oh, you can only contact this virus through, number one, sexual activities, number two, sharing of sharp objects like pin, needle, people who inject drugs, you know, you don't have your own needle to inject the drug if you're injecting drug. If you're not sharing the drugs, you never know who has the virus. That's the first step. When you let them understand that these are the measures to which you can contact the virus, and these are the ways you cannot contact the virus, the child has a better understanding that, oh, if I sit with somebody who has the virus, if I touch the person, I'm not going to have the virus. You understand? And then you go ahead to let them know that because somebody has the virus does not mean the person is a bad person. It doesn't mean that life has ended for the person. You still need to show them that love. and care, you still need to appreciate them because they still have those talents, they still have those gifts, they still have those abilities like you to keep working. They are not handicapped. No, it's just the virus. It's like you having malaria, and when you have malaria, you're down for a period. You can't act, you can't walk. But that's not the thing with HIV. Once you discover you have the virus and you tackle it immediately, it has not metamorphosed into AIDS yet. So you're still active. You can still go about your daily life. So there is no point to discriminating against that person, thinking that that person is handicapped. Once families do this, believe me, the rate at which discrimination is rampant will be reduced. And then let me also talk about the fact that most times these discriminations and stigmatizations are not voiced out. There are subtle ways that people discriminate and stigmatize. Perfect example is the body language. Like I said, somebody has HIV, next thing you're avoiding to sit close to that person. You don't even want to be in the same space with the person. Next thing you're now passing information. Oh, you see that one? Has HIV. Avoid. It's enough to break someone. So if families can teach children that HIV is not a death sentence, but these are the measures you can protect yourself, guard yourself, to protect yourself against the virus, then children growing up will be able to lecture other people because information goes around. Information is shared. You understand? That's the family. I don't know. Can I speak about the education aspect, the school aspect as well? So teachers, I don't know. I currently might not understand what the curriculum is now, but I know very well when I was in secondary school, we had this subject called civic education that talked about society at large, talked about different diseases and viruses, and HIV was one of the conversations we had in class. Now, you find out that teachers also avoid those topics. It's just like the sex education. They avoid those topics. They don't want to talk about it. They feel you have not come up to age to better understand. But no, if you don't start hitting the nail on the head as that, then you would never be able to hit the nail on the head to let them understand. You need to plant that information into their brain at that moment so that they grow with it. Because if you don't, they will be taught something else that will be very, very difficult to remove from their mind. Yes.
Instead, they just claim to catch them young.
You're not catching them young. You're not catching them young. You're selecting. You're doing selective teaching, which is not supposed to be so. It should be all inclusive.
You know, I think this thing is something generational.
Yes.
It's how they were taught. They are teaching us in that way. But if there is like a change, that is where this question comes in. How can community attitudes be changed when misinformation is deeply rooted?
When we talk about community, I know community is like a large number of persons. You have the families there, you have the village heads, you have the chiefs, the traditional rulers.
You know, they are the ones who implement this cultural beliefs.
Yes. You're very correct. So, one of the numerous things to also do to achieve that is to constantly engage with community leaders, traditional rulers. Talk to them. Like I said, go to them in a language they understand. If they understand the Igbo dialect within that community, find somebody who can speak Igbo very fluently with them. And I understand the fact that currently I'm in Enugu, and I've come to understand that the Igbo actually has there are different, forms, or should I say dialects of Igbos. So it's just for you to find somebody who can speak that particular dialect to better interpret for them, so that they understand.
Because they feel at home when they
listen to you. Don't go at them with the whole BSc, PhD, MSc attitude that you had at the university. Those people want you to come to their level. Yes. And they feel like, oh, you're just talking gibberish. Say what you want to say. Give us what you want to give us. If you have the incentives or the monetary values, and go. We'll still do what we want to do.
That's where the ignorance.
Yes, that's why the ignorance is there. That's why we said the information is there, but people are not properly informed. But if you go to them in a dialect they understand, meet the traditional rulers. They are the ones that make the rules. The culture, it's in their hands. They are the ones that have the power to inform these people. Oh, this is what should be done going forward. This is what shouldn't be done going forward. If you can talk to them in a dialect they understand, explain to them why it is this way, make them see reasons, give them proper pictorial representations, then believe me, you are achieving your aim gradually. It might not be immediately. Let's looking at when HIV started and now. It might not be immediately, but a gradual process, constant engagement will get the job done and the information out there.
So now, this discrimination and stigmatization is like the problem. It's like as if it's another virus to the virus. Yes. So I would like to ask you: are healthcare workers are they adding to this stigmatization? And if they are not, are they trained in a way to handle HIV patients?
Yes, healthcare workers are being trained in a way to handle HIV patients.
But most times we feel like they add to the stigma.
Most times we feel like they add to the problem. Now, the human, I'm not going to wave up the human factor because we are all humans. Most times we are being told what to do and we end up doing what we feel like doing. So I think the first point of contact, or should I say attack, is to pinpoint which health worker has made a discriminatory comment to somebody living with HIV. I believe that there should be like hotlines where people can place calls to report. Yes, we also have organizations that have constantly engaged with healthcare workers to let them understand that this is how you better provide services. This is how you can work. But you're not going to be hands-on available to see how this person is treating this person. But you can always provide hotlines, you can always provide helplines, you can always provide suggestion box or how do they call the other box? Is it like information box? So people can always pass whatever information they need to pass about a particular health worker who must have made a derogatory comment or must have acted in such a shady way to our clients who came to access service. Because we are also preaching that anybody who happens to discover that they are living with the virus should go access care immediately. So imagine the facility where they are going to access care not welcoming of them. How do they now feel comfortable to constantly?
Maybe they see them and be like, how many people have you done this
Exactly.
with?
The first point, yes, like we always say, the first point of contact is them thinking that, it's a sexual, a sexual thing that caused the virus.
True.
So we need people to also report healthcare workers who are not upholding the tenets of their practice. Because before you get into the service, you have sworn an oath. So we are expecting that you're going to uphold that oath. So if you're now being discriminatory to a certain faction of people and attending to a certain faction of people, the other faction you're discriminating against, who are you saying should take care of them?
So as you said, we need to report them. But what faith do we have now in the country that when you report them, you can still get...
That is why we have human rights activists. We have people who work independently. We also have organizations that program for that specifically program for people living with HIV. You understand? So they are the ones that can better fight the cause. They are the ones that can better take up the issue. And once you make these reports to them, and you have backup evidence, you understand. It's very easy to take up the case. Such a health worker will be called out, will probably first panel within their own health facility. There will be measures put in place to better address that issue. Believe me, when somebody is made, should I use the word, scapegoats of a particular issue, others will learn. If they were not ready to do the right thing, they will want to do the right thing because they know at that point their job is at stake.
Okay, that's good. We would like to, we are talking about the hospital health workers and how they are helping to prevent stigmatization. But we want to know the practical steps they are implementing. Immediately they notice that this person has HIV. The practical steps they are implementing to prevent, to create an environment that is stigma-free.
Okay. There are processes to... I want to believe that question is basically to find out from me how people who live with HIV are linked to care.
Not really, but how they are being handled.
Okay, how they are being handled. Okay, the first should I use the word tenet? Yes, the first tenet we uphold when it comes to spaces like this is the aspect of confidentiality. We are very big on confidentiality. We preach confidentiality at every instant. Nobody is supposed to know the next person's results. It's not something, it's not an information you share. So one of the practical steps we do is to, when you get tested anywhere, because we also have the self-test kits where you can test yourself to know if you have the virus or not. So once you get tested anywhere and then you want to be sure about it and you want to also link to care, once you get to the facility, first thing they do is to link you up with a nurse or any service provider in that aspect who would take you in and give you proper counseling, detoxify your mind against whatever worries, fears or anxieties you must have had. And this is all done in a safe space, in an inclusive space, devoid of any other person present. It's a one-on-one conversation. And then the next thing is for them to retest. There's something we call retest to confirm that you actually have the virus. Because most times we have had situations, even though it's very, very slim, we have had situations where people say, oh, they tested and discovered they are positive. But when they come for a retest with a higher medical tool, they find out that it was a false result, it's negative. So first thing, one of the things we also do is to confirm that you're actually positive. We don't want to, link you, give you medications when you are not positive. We don't want to prescribe the wrong medications. So once they test and they discover that you're positive, next thing is for them to do post-counseling again to let you understand that it's not the end of it, that you can still live your life normally. Once that is done, you're being handed over to a doctor who would better, assess you, and then maybe they can check for they can run tests for other maybe underlying medical conditions before they can prescribe the medication to you. And once they prescribe the medication to you, they tell you, okay, come back after 1 month. Let us see what effects the medication is having to you. Let's know whether there are side effects or there are no side effects, and then they take it up from there.
Okay,
Yes.
so I've heard a story whereby someone found out she's HIV positive. She went into medications, and after a few months she came back, and she had the test, and it was found that there was no more HIV. So I just want to know, is it possible or is it just a miracle,
I'm a Christian and I believe in the power of miracles, but then again, I also believe in science.
Okay.
I definitely believe in science because there are step-by-step processes and procedures guiding our behaviors and how we should do things, especially when it comes to medical issues. Now, in such situations and scenarios, it's not a miracle that she turned out negative.
Okay.
What happened was that she was adherent to her prescriptions. She took the drug as that when she's expected to take it, never missed the dosage consistently. So what happened there is that she was virally suppressed.
Okay.
She was virally suppressed. She testing again to discover that she's HIV negative. There is a test strip that if you test yourself with, it will not show the positive line anymore. It will only show negative. Does not mean you don't have the virus. The only thing happening there at that point is that you cannot transmit that virus to another person because it's no longer visible in your system. But there is a bigger tool, a bigger machine that will be used to show you that, oh, this virus is still there in your system, but it's not spreading. It's not multiplying into your system. It has been curtailed to a certain point so much that you cannot spread it to somebody else. If somebody has maybe a risky behavior with you, let's say for example you have sexual intercourse without protection, you cannot transmit the virus at that point because you're virally suppressed. It doesn't necessarily equate to a miracle.
Does it mean that now the person is very
suppressed? Yes.
Does it mean that something can bring up the virus to them?
Something can bring up the virus if she stops taking her medication.
Okay, only when she stops.
Only when she stops taking her medication.
If she
continues taking her medication, she is fine.
Okay, that's good.
Yes.
That's good. Okay, so what policies or protections should the government enforce to safeguard people living with HIV?
They already laid down policies. Is it
that visible?
Yeah, it's very, very much available. It's one of the human rights rules, the laws, one of the inalienable rights of a human being living within a particular country. There is a policy, I might not really remember or streamline how it is, but there is that tendency that anyone who discriminates against somebody living with HIV and is reported, they are fined against that person. But let's not also forget that
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.